Introduction to the 2024 Collected Works of Chairman Haz al-Din, Chairman of the American Communist Party. This volume brings together a series of short essays written by Haz al-Din, the elected chairman of the American Communist Party during the year of 2024. Originally published on social media, these writings offer a compelling insight into the chairman's evolving perspective on contemporary political struggles and the pressing challenges confronting the working class in the 21st century. Organized chronologically, each piece is dated to provide readers with a clear sense of the key events of the year, a timeline, and context in which these thoughts were shared with the public. January 22nd, on Lenin. Vladimir Lenin is the single most consequential personality of the 20th century. To this day, nothing has surmounted the significance of his immortal contribution to world history. Without Lenin, Marx would have been long forgotten as an obscure footnote of world history. And the world has yet to realize how irreversibly it has been affected by his genius. Lenin's two most well-known students, Stalin and Mao, not only oversaw the rise of the world's greatest superpowers built from scratch, but did things that bourgeois ideology, to this day, consider impossible. Hence, they are endlessly lied about. It is no matter. China now leads the development of all mankind, guided by the flame lit by Lenin. Bourgeois civilization has already been outmoded. Lenin's fire burned down the empire of colonial slavery, paving the way for an alternate path for modernization, not just for the non-Western world, but for the people of the West themselves against their rotten elites. The whole Western world is catching up to Lenin. You may not know of him, but he already knew about you long ago. All the contradictions of the West today are impossible to comprehend without Lenin. The breakdown of bourgeois institutions are haunted by the specter of Lenin. The name Lenin represents a fundamentally new kind of civilization beyond liberalism and its bastard, fascist offspring. Lenin represents a form of state power and supreme authority based on the recognition of contradictions, tasked with safeguarding the integrity of history and overseeing its development. We are already beyond the era of liberal democracy. The chaos of mass, anonymous, populist politics is Leninist in nature, and the party worthy of this new era of politics will be Leninist in name too. The Soviet Union may be gone, but its legacy is irreversible. An entire generation of men and women who now rule the non-Western world were educated in Moscow. Everything they know about governance and statehood is irreversibly based on Lenin's contribution. There is simply no going back to liberalism. Lenin is indispensable to anyone who seeks to grasp the contradictions of today's world. Lenin has outlived and will continue to outlive every Philistine who tries to insult, erase, or negate his legacy in vain. Lenin lived through the entire 20th century and the 21st. He watched every revolution and war of independence. He is watching the Palestinians today fight the Zionist occupiers. He will watch the fall of Israel. He has watched the rise and fall of empires. He will watch the fall of this empire too. His message to mankind is, "Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair." January 24th. The good guys are winning. We cannot expect the war against the Zionists to be fought alone if the forces of arrogance are to be defeated. The global resistance must join forces if the NATO Zionist Satan is to be defeated. From Palestine to Donbass, from China to occupied Korea, from Venezuela to Yemen, from Canada's truckers to Germany's farmers and America's workers, all the forces of mankind resisting the global hegemony must come together. A single alliance of the righteous forces of mankind, the forces of historical civilization, against the global and hegemonic capitalist class. There can be no division in the ranks of the resistance. Shia must join forces with Sunni, Muslim with Christian, Russian with Chinese. All the petty divisions of mankind must be swept aside as the true division is laid bare. Between the exploiters and the exploited, between forces of civilization and forces of cannibalism, forces of history and forces of nihilism, the forces of human development and the forces of human annihilation. We will witness the toppling of the empire of lies within our lifetime. January 27th, there are those who claim that Texas is committing treason against the U.S. Constitution and that this sets a dangerous precedent. Yet, this neglects the simple fact that the federal government has already long thrown out the Constitution, with the free reign of unconstitutional federal agencies that have long violated the rights of American citizens with impunity. It is disappointing to see supposedly left-wing voices somehow minimize the significance of the crimes of the federal government since the Cold War and somehow forgive them as redundant. Are they not aware we are living under a fascist dictatorship? Is Operation Chaos or MKUltra just a funny little meme to them? Do they not realize there is not even a pretense of liberal freedoms, which even they regard as cynically non-existent? Was the assassination of Fred Hampton, Malcolm X, and MLK just a funny little detail of history? Were Waco and Ruby Ridge just internet memes? Should we continue to pretend like the Constitution has not openly been usurped long ago? I am sick of the cynicism which tacitly accepts the destruction of our rights as citizens as somehow a banal fact of existence, rather than a destruction of sovereignty already equivalent to secession on a mass scale, as though the fascist dictatorship is somehow just as banal as workplace microaggressions or some nonsense about patriarchy or fat phobia. We have no constitution, no civil liberties. The only reason they can't get away with locking up every dissident is because it would provoke social unrest. No one cares that the FBI has been locking people up for sharing memes on Facebook, calling them Russian agents because of internet JPEGs, raiding their homes and even killing them. Nobody cared about what happened to the Uhuru people. How many dissidents have been disappeared, locked up, and smeared? How many do you even know about? Do you even care? For those that don't, stop crying about the Constitution and fearmonger about the loss of rights when they have been lost long ago. You didn't care then, so why do you care now? They claim that Texas may impose a fascist dictatorship. Let us assume this is true. Will the federal government not immediately follow suit in response? You don't think the federal government is waiting for any opportunity it can get to suspend all of our civil liberties? Have they not done this every chance they've had to? Did they not do this with the Patriot Act? To say nothing of Obama's administration? I'd love to know what the shills fear is going to happen to people in Texas that is not already happening to Gaza. It's one thing to be skeptical of the Republican Party and the governor of Texas. It's another to start cheering on the federal government while pretending this is somehow a left-wing position, somehow comparable to the Spanish Civil War. Forget the Republican Party. Understand that the people of Texas and America have had enough of this rotten regime, and if they are not expressing their revolutionary sentiment in a left-wing way, maybe it's because the self-proclaimed leftists literally side with feds against them. Blame yourself for failing to reach them. There are no ideal outcomes, only objective realities. And the objective reality is that the United States of America collapsed a long time ago. You were oblivious to the causes, but now fret and cry about the consequences. You didn't care about the assassination of the rights of citizens. You only started to care when the logical conclusion became ugly. When your irony-poisoned podcasts and your MTV started getting interrupted by the same reality, you built an entire subculture around pretending to be too cool to care about. Facts are stubborn things. The constitutional order has collapsed. There is no salvaging it under the same rotten federal government in whose name it was destroyed in the first place. Shame on the opportunist shills of the imperialist state machine. This is February the 2nd. Reports suggest that a ceasefire may be imminent, offering the people of Gaza temporary relief from the genocidal carnage. This is a glimmer of hope for the millions of men, women, and children enduring unrelenting terror each night, uncertain which of their loved ones might be next. Yet, the world must not move on. Forgiveness must not be extended to the Zionist perpetrators of these atrocities. Let us not forget, this fleeting respite does not equate to justice for the Palestinian people. The unparalleled savagery and criminality of the Zionist regime must be etched into the collective memory. The normalization of Israel in global consciousness is unacceptable. These crimes are among the most heinous genocides of the 21st century and signal the collapse of the so-called rules-based US-led world order. The Zionists have been exposed. Do not allow them to fade back into obscurity. This ruthless, barbaric ideology must be eradicated with the same decisiveness as Nazism once was. No normalization of Israel, no normalization of Zionism, no absolution for Zionist crimes. A ceasefire, while welcome, cannot and will not end the protracted and righteous struggle of the Palestinian people, whose fight for justice must never be forgotten. Here is the portion you requested, February 9th, Why Putin Cares About History. In the aftermath of Tucker Carlson's world-famous interview with Vladimir Putin, Western audiences are left puzzled and confused. Their sentiment can be summarized as follows. We wanted to know about the Ukraine war. Why is Putin giving a lecture about 1,000-year-old history? The massive polarization occurring in the world is not simply geopolitical. It is not a competition over resources or even simply a rivalry based on trade relationships. The conflict between Western elites and the rest of humanity is also a conflicting philosophy of history and time itself. And this conflict is best expressed in the conflicting narratives not only between pro-Russian and pro-NATO commentators, but also between pro-Palestinian and pro-Zionist commentators, and even between Chinese and Taiwan separatists. Everyone who is familiar with debates surrounding the Ukraine war knows that the contrasting positions boil down to this. The Russian perspective insists upon history. The war did not begin in 2022, but in 2014. They insist upon keeping the record straight, insisting upon a cause rather than just an effect. The Western NATO perspective insists upon the immediacy of the event itself. How dare Russia just invade Ukraine, all out of a sudden? We see a similar dynamic when it comes to the Palestine conflict. The Palestinian perspective insists upon history. The war did not begin on October 7th, it began in 1948. The Zionist perspective insists upon the immediacy of recent events. How dare Hamas commit those atrocities on October 7th? Notice the pattern? This is not simply a conflict between short-sightedness and far-sightedness, but a conflict over the integrity of historical, and therefore human, existence itself. But this conflict actually has deeper roots. During the bipolar world system that took place during the Cold War, where the world was divided between the communist and capitalist blocs. The origins of Putin's outlook lie in the new, special type of state which emerged with the Soviet Union, alongside its unique relationship to historical time. In other words, it has its basis, whether consciously or unconsciously, in the Marxist-Leninist outlook. That should be no surprise, as Putin was a member of the KGB. They only accepted true believers and people trained in master-class Soviet education. While the Marxist outlook is well known for its insistence upon the division of society and its focus on class warfare, many overlook the flip side of this view, the understanding of society and history as one, integrated concrete totality. In giving recognition to the contradictions and divisions of society, Marxism also simultaneously assumes a more holistic perspective, which can account for, rather than overlook, the contradictions within the fabric of reality. Naturally, this outlook is applied to the study of history itself, where history is regarded not in a one-sided way, not just from the perspective of the dominant classes of the present or even the past, but in its entirety, in a manner that does not spare inconvenient contradictions, but rather fully recognizes them. When communists assumed state power in the aftermath of the October Revolution, Marxism was no longer about just analyzing reality, but assuming direct responsibility for it. The communists had inherited the governance of nations, civilizations, cultures, and religions, which they themselves were not responsible for creating. They likewise did not base the existence of these realities on their own ideology. They regarded them as outcomes of history, a history which is not the result of any one person's actions, but a concrete totality which they were tasked with correctly understanding and making decisions, not only in harmony with, but which respond to its contradictions and tasks. Stalin, in defending the territorial integrity of the USSR, had to take on this basic historical perspective. It became necessary to defend the historical integrity of Russian civilization as a precondition for the defense of the proletarian dictatorship itself. Boris Groys, in The Total Art of Stalinism, goes to lengths in explaining how originally some communists, and particularly Trotsky's faction, had an ambivalent relationship with the traditions of the past, but soon realized that those traditions were the premise of communist rule itself, and therefore had to be safeguarded, lest they be conceded to the class enemy. Thus, Soviet statehood inaugurated a new, unique relationship to historical time, where safeguarding the integrity of history became one of the preeminent and fundamental roles of the state. Modern states before the Soviet one, by contrast, were tasked only with the purpose of defending an arbitrary constitutional sovereignty and the integrity of existing institutions. To defend the integrity of the entire historical past means ultimately to defend one's unique existence, to defend the existence of your people, their unique culture and way of life, as irreducible to the whims of institutions. Communists very soon realized the folly of attempting to remold the people from scratch. That is exactly why Lenin rejected the folly of prolet cult and other such Trotskyite and liquidationist phenomena, which sought to destroy all culture in favor of an ideologically pure one. They realized that the cultural, national, and civilizational heritage of the Soviet people was irreducible to the decisions of institutions, but rather represented an organic, integral, and holistic culmination of the people's historical existence itself. Take language, for example. Wouldn't it be ridiculous for communists to attempt to create a completely new language from scratch? The diverse languages of the Soviet Union contain so many hidden meanings, complex vernacular, subtle and implicit nuances, and the accumulation of so much historical wisdom. It was Lindy. How could an institution replace all of that from scratch? But this doesn't only hold true for language, but the entire culture, civilization, and overall way of life of the people itself. It is an integral outcome of all history, which no institution could possibly replace artificially. A cursory familiarity with Stalin's speeches and writings would allow one to understand that in addition to his role as a wise ruler of the living, he assumed the sage-like status of being a guardian of the integrity of history itself. It is for that exact reason that after World War II, with the development of the people's democracies, Stalin insisted that the Germans, who the Soviets lost 30 million lives to, retain and preserve their historical national heritage. This held true for all the other people's democracies, too. Two worlds began to take shape after the Second World War. One which is cosmopolitan and historically nihilistic, and one which was deeply national, civilizational, and whose primary basis of legitimation was safeguarding the integrity of history. In contrast to the Soviet Marxist-Leninist outlook, historical nihilism took root as the dominant historical and temporal outlook of the Western world. The main basis of the legitimation of the Western outlook has always been satiating the immediate desires, needs, and whims of consciousness, the immediate necessities of maintaining institutions, corporations, profits, and military advantages. Did the West not learn the lesson of Hitler? The maniacal drug addict Hitler thought he could conquer the world with blitzkrieg. NATO also thinks of all events in terms of blitzkrieg, of immediately fulfilling immediate necessities, rather than accounting for the more integral totality of civilizational existence. We see this supremacy of satiating immediate necessities in the form of consumerism, pornography, drugs, hedonism, and during the Cold War, making sure the population was satiated with a good standard of living, distracted and hypnotized by mass media, stupefied and dumbed down to the point where it doesn't care about anything but the latest Funko Pop. Look at the state of the American people. We care so much about celebrities at the Grammys and Taylor Swift. We only care only about football, celebrities, pop music, and the latest movie or TV show. An utterly distracted, purposefully undereducated, and ignorant population chasing the latest high and ignoring the trail of destruction left in its wake. Compare the average historical literacy between Chinese netizens and the mass orgy of willful, proud stupidity you get on the English-speaking internet. It is truly sad and pitiful. How could Russia invade Ukraine? But you didn't even care about Ukraine until Russia invaded. But I suppose Wikipedia was there all along, recording everything for you so that you could become a scholar overnight in case reality immediately forced you to give a crap, right? What is this if not an abominable, disgusting historical nihilism which divorces the latest events from their fundamental and deeply rooted causes? Another great example of historical nihilism is America's credit bubble itself. During the 2000s, when Americans on a mass scale bought McMansions with credit, we had prosperity, freedom, and happiness. Nobody cared about the fact that we were in debt, and it was all a bubble. When 2008 hit, It was like an apocalypse, and we still didn't learn from history. Today, America is over $30 trillion in debt, but we do not care. Why? Because everything still immediately appears to be going smoothly. We do not care about taking responsibility for history. All that's in the past, who cares? Let's just print more money. I'm not surprised Western audiences were confused about Putin. The West does not even care about what happened yesterday, let alone history. As long as things continue to appear working, everything is A-OK. Notice Putin's masterclass lecture on America's reckless disregard for Russia's interests in the 2000s. No one thought about the future consequences. As long as things continued to work in the short term, as long as the stock market is green in the short term, everything is fine. Unfortunately, one must inevitably account for history, whether they forget about it or not. Everyone acts so surprised when Russia acts in February 2022 or Hamas acts on October 7th. But why? What's wrong? I thought the past didn't matter to you. You should now know it did matter. You were just arrogantly neglecting it and pretending like there would be no consequences for your gross, reckless disregard for the integrity of history. The satanic, capitalistic pretension that we can somehow avoid the concrete culmination of humanity's existence, history, and pretend like it doesn't matter and only act in the short-term interests of profit, desire, pleasure. This is at the root of why the West is spiraling into corruption and oblivion. Even more pathetic is the view that Putin should have satiated the instant gratification of Western conservatives by talking about LGBT and culture war issues. This is nothing more than a pornographic pathology where one wants instant, immediate gratification at the expense of any deeper, more integral, comprehensive, and far-sighted consideration. Reality is more than the latest news cycle. It is more than the latest event. Both Putin and Hamas bear in common a basic responsivity to history. They are acting in accordance with keeping the record straight. Imagine the hideous and disgusting arrogance of the Western imperialist, which kept telling them, "Too bad, so sad, we don't give a crap, that's in the past, now you must submit to us." Why should they? Men and women make history. History is still alive, and it is not finished, in contrast to what the Western liberal mind would prefer to believe. We in the West are entering an abominable era, devoid of dignity, where to act and take responsibility for one's existence is regarded as the greatest crime. Everyone is just supposed to passively accept the status quo. Everyone is just supposed to passively consume, not only passively accept the historical record as final and complete, ignore the historical record altogether. Passively accept the most immediate form of power, charisma, persuasiveness, and pay no attention to the record. Keep electing corrupt scumbags to Congress and the Senate. Pay no attention to the record. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. If you act, if you take responsibility, if you are responsive to the totality of your own historical existence as a people, you are an aggressor. You are upsetting the harmony, the peace, and the balance. If Palestinians decay in Gaza or Russians decay in Donbass, too bad. Maybe they are just genetically inferior. They have no sovereign historical existence. They must passively accept their fate as dictated by the West. This is the peace, harmony, and balance Western liberals want for the whole world. Africans condemned to starve in poverty, Palestinians erased, the people of Donbass decayed into non-existence, even for their own people. Die off through fentanyl and drugs, despair and debt and misery. Too bad, so sad. Fight back and you are an aggressor. You are upsetting the beautiful, untouchable post-historical peace, but humanity refuses. It decides to fight back, and the West has the audacity to label them as the aggressors. Too bad for you, Reddit. As Mao said, people of the world will surely be victorious. Too bad. So sad for the enemies of the people. Whether or not there's a conscious acknowledgement of this legacy, the Marxist-Leninist outlook is a fundamental repository of the experience that has helped shape this emerging and fundamental polarization within the world, whether expressed in the conflict between Palestine and Zionism or Russia and the West. Putin is here guilty of nothing more than refusing to take a one-sided view. The reason he decides to give a 2-hour lecture on Russian history is because he is trying to communicate to the Western mind just how ignorant it is about the great difference between the Western and Russian worlds. He is saying we have our own unique historical existence and our own world. You have no right to impose your historically nihilistic reign of instant gratification upon our existence. The separation between the Western and Russian world is not just a separation between two civilizations, it is a separation between two completely different relationships to history itself. For the Western world is just as ignorant of its own history as it is of Russia's. To appreciate the gap between the Western and Russian world is the only way Russia and the West can ever come to an understanding. But that will take an education far greater than what can be communicated in a few hours. February 19th, in defense of AI. How AI will bring communism. It's very strange how self-proclaimed Marxists on social media are hostile to emerging AI technologies. This is because one of the most important details which set Marx apart from his socialist contemporaries was both his insistence on the irreversibility of advances in the productive forces and the view that they, without exception, hasten transition into socialism. All Marxists should be familiar with the famous passage, "At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto." Preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy. Is this not exactly what is happening with AI? AI is disturbing relations based on intellectual property, which are the main source of income for professional artists. The facts are irrefutable. These parasites who are attacking AI are reactionaries in the most literal and inarguably traditional sense of the word. Some argue that AI steals the labor of artists. Aside from the fact that this is a ridiculous use of the word labor, it attempts to hijack quasi-Marxist terminology in a way completely antithetical to everything Marxism is about. Marxism regards challenging the property question as fundamental to communism. To quote the Communist Manifesto, in all these movements they communists bring to the front as the leading question in each, the property question, no matter what its degree of development at the time. Communist Manifesto, Siche 4. The notion that Marxist language can rightly be employed to defend intellectual property is absurd just on that basis. But worse, Marx himself was an explicit opponent of intellectual property. In the Grundrisse, Marx regards the shared knowledge, ideas, and by logical conclusion, artistic products as belonging to what he called the general intellect, Grundrisse Notebook 7, which is inherently social. The notion that an individual can turn a part of the general intellect into their own property just because they expended effort to communicate or discover it is completely opposed to Marx's view. Why? Because for Marx, all of society participates in this process, as every individual takes for granted the wealth of knowledge, abundance, and precedent created by others before ever creating something unique. The idea that someone has the right to an arrangement of pixels on the computer screen is akin to the idea that you can turn language itself into a form of property, and that by using words we obviously didn't invent ourselves, we are stealing others' labor. Hijacking the language of Marxism in order to defend what is the most ridiculous institution of property created by capitalism yet, by comparing the free proliferation of ideas, software, and visual media to exploiting the labor of intellectual workers, is a complete mockery of the Marxist outlook. Violating someone's intellectual property rights is no more akin to exploiting their labor than expropriating the property of the capitalist class itself. In fact, intellectual property is even more illegitimate than capitalist property. It is a parasitic, rentier-based form of property, which, in contrast to capitalist industry, does not even produce any material wealth. As a matter of fact, the first defense of the institution of private property was based on the view, even before classical political economy, that private property is the objective product of human labor, and that questioning it as an institution is akin to calling for the theft of others' labor. Some may protest and decry the loss of employment by thousands of artists as a result of AI. But Marx was no stranger to how the mechanization brought by the Industrial Revolution devastated many different ways of life, and classes within society, a force which helped drive many layers of society into the proletarian class. Anyone familiar with the Communist Manifesto is familiar with the following passage. All fixed, fast, frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away. All new formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. Communist Manifesto, ch. 1. This process happened on a much larger scale, with far more ruthlessness and ferocity than anything we could now possibly witness with the rise of AI. This did not stop Marx from recognizing that it was an objectively necessary historical development. It is not about personal feelings or opinion. To Marx, industrial modernity was irreversible and unavoidable. And yet, we see a huge outcry over how aspirational digital artists, Hollywood writers, and other creative professionals will become unemployed as a result of new technologies. Keep in mind that leftists barely raised their voices over the decades-long automation which destroyed the jobs and livelihoods of tens of millions of industrial workers. Keep in mind, pan-leftists constantly cheer on the breakup of small businesses and small farms, lauding the conquest by monopoly capital as progressive, and even using Marxist verbiage to justify this view. They are somehow ruthless technological and social accelerationists when it comes to small farmers crushed under debt, but become the most sentimental, romantic reactionaries when it comes to digital artists. Why do they consider creative professionals to have greater moral worth than ordinary people? It's simple, because many are themselves from this background. It's very strange how this shamelessly self-serving moral outcry is justified in the language of Marxism, because the Marxist outlook is that of a completely impersonal science of class struggle, which leaves no room for warping reality so that it conforms to one's own feelings. Some claim that while AI is not inherently bad, its present realization will accentuate all the worst aspects of capitalism. Therefore, it should be opposed. This opinion is completely incompatible with Marxism. Marx and Engels were unambiguous about how, yes, under capitalism, advances in the productive forces are what lay the foundation for ushering in the transition into a qualitatively new era of history, which they identified as communism. This is because advances in the productive forces centralize, concentrate, and socialize the total productive powers of society in a way they regarded as an inadvertent result of capitalist accumulation itself. To quote Engels himself, since steam, machinery, and the making of machines by machinery transformed the older manufacture into modern industry, the productive forces evolved under the guidance of the bourgeoisie developed with a rapidity and in a degree unheard of before. But just as the older manufacture in its time and handicraft, becoming more developed under its influence, had come into collision with the feudal trammels of the guilds, so now modern industry, in its more complete development, comes into collision with the bounds within which the capitalistic mode of production holds it confined. The new productive forces have already outgrown the capitalistic mode of using them. Anti-Düring. You may try and argue Marx and Engels were wrong, but if they were wrong, their entire view of capitalism and socialism was also wrong. This view was not based in feelings or some narrow moral criticism. It was based in what they regarded as an impersonal scientific outlook. The notion that AI should be opposed because it will damage the livelihoods of workers is also nonsense. Even if we were to accept the ridiculous view that the creative parasites are workers in any meaningful sense, whose income is IP and rent-based, producing no material surplus out of which capital can valorize itself from scratch, this view is still inarguably reactionary. It seeks to preserve against the tide of advancing history itself antiquated relationships of production, imposing fetters on the development of the productive forces in the name of protecting certain professions. How very charitable. Only it is reactionary garbage, what Marx called bourgeois socialism. It's also ironic that social liberals who demand respect for the diversity of different individual tastes, fashions, sexual orientations, gender identities, etc., simultaneously believe we are immoral scumbags for both consuming and making use of products made with AI technologies. No one is forcing these social liberals to consume AI art or make use of AI in their own art. They claim that AI art is bad and that it will lead to mass-produced garbage becoming normalized in media. Well, that's just like your opinion, isn't it? Reddit? I think most normal people, rather than mentally ill people on social media, have reached a clear consensus that there has been a sharp decline in the quality of movies, TV, and popular art in general. But professional artists, including the mediocres who are put in positions of power in monopoly media institutions based purely on corporate HR dictatorships, believe that we should all be forced to keep consuming their nonsense forever, and that all technology which challenges their monopoly should be banned. That is really what is at stake in this conflict altogether. What we have all taken for granted for many decades as the all powerful monopoly on mass media controlled by the ruling class. While pan leftists like to claim that AI will be rolled out to increase the profits of corporations by cutting, quote, labor, costs, they fail to understand that the professional artists hired by corporations are not even mainly hired on the basis of profit, ratings, or popularity whatsoever. This is because mass media corporations have a monopoly. They don't need to care about making profit when it comes to decisions about who they hire. This is why HR departments have grown so powerful. The layoff of Hollywood writers only came after years of declining profits by mass media, which reached a point so extreme that it became intolerable, even from the perspective of preserving these institutions, not expanding them. The truth is, for the most part, corporations can and have focused on just being ethical and inclusive, even if it's unpopular among audiences. How many of us have the technology needed to make a blockbuster Hollywood movie? Who can possibly threaten that monopoly? Well, we are increasingly close to having that technology. Through the power of AI, which puts the most advanced tools for the creation of visual media directly in the hands of ordinary people. Gone will be the days of requiring budgets in the hundreds of millions to produce massive blockbusters that can rival the latest Hollywood slop in terms of production value. The political implications are even more important. Now, dissident political movements will have the ability to make the most state-of-the-art agitprop, media, campaign ads, and more. This is obviously sending the security state into a huge panic. Who benefits from banning freely accessible AI technology? Aside from the parasitic dregs of creative workers, the ruling imperialist hegemony and its mass media corporations do. Social media was the first major blow to establishment media. AI is going to bring this to a scale not even presently imaginable. One of the ways power has been expressed in the age of mass media is the monopoly on visual media technology. Advanced special effects, production value, and film quality has long been a sign of elite consensus. It has long exclusively represented the consciousness of those in power. No longer. Some claim that AI has terrifying implications as far as the expansion of the powers of the security state are concerned. The truth is that machine learning algorithms have already long been used by the security state against us. The difference we are now seeing is that these technologies are beginning to freely proliferate so that non-state actors can also make use of them. There also appears to be confusion about the very nature of AI technology itself. People mistakenly believe that it takes the human element out of the production of art and culture. This is the result of pure ignorance. Artificial intelligence is not an artificial consciousness. It is completely meaningless outside the context of socially aggregated patterns, tendencies, trends, and phenomena produced by human beings. AI has no history, culture, discourse, or society. It is just an unprecedented way in which individuals can interface with the total social reality produced by human beings. AI art technologies typically attach prompts to visual phenomena already associated with those prompts in the social aggregate. It appears to be a robot mind because rather than an individual creating the desired result, the individual curates and exercises discretionary authority over results aggregated by what has already been socially produced. Those who hate AI hate humanity itself. They hate the possibility that all the wealth of what mankind has produced can be aggregated in a way that is compatible with the humanity of individuals. Hating AI is fundamentally misanthropic. AI proves the inadvertent relationship between words, thoughts, and images. No one has direct control over the result, but they have discretionary power to curate according to their taste. What many ignore is that his holds true even for non-AI produced art. The reason it takes years to master drawing, painting, or even digital art is because there is absolutely no direct relationship between our thoughts and how they are expressed whatsoever. Artists do not simply realize their imagination directly. Artists have to master techniques which, like AI, only inadvertently produce desired results. In creating a working relationship between these techniques and one's discretionary power or taste, they eventually master the ability to produce intended results. There is nothing about this that is more human than how AI works. The difference is that rather than needing to spend years mastering techniques, the computer does it for us. What's the big deal? You want to be a sentimental romantic about how it's just not the same. Because we aren't doing it the old way, then please go back to cave painting. All human history has corresponded to the simplification of artistic methods and techniques. Go cry about it. The mass production of art in the industrial age and the panic it has induced in high art society is old news. Walter Benjamin wrote about it in 1935. The Dadaists threw a tantrum about it a decade earlier. What is funny today is how mentally furry digital artists have adopted such a pretension that they identify themselves with some high art, panicking about the vulgarization of mass-produced and commodified art. Because, of course, furry porn is definitely the result of aristocratic high taste and high society art, and totally unaffected by mass media and consumerism. This is nothing but mental illness and a farcical mockery of the history of art itself. No, we are not in danger of the vulgarization and mass commercialization of art. That ship passed a long time ago. Maybe if you spent more time learning about history than pretending to be an elite artist, you would realize how mediocre and worthless your art is. The only dignified significance your cliché art might ever possibly have is contribute to the diversity of data machine learning algorithms may train on, in order that people with better taste might be able to produce something better. This is why the argument that AI art is theft is so stupid. If it's theft, why do we need AI to train on your garbage in the first place to turn it into something else? Because your art does not satisfy the full range of aesthetic possibilities and tastes. And guess what? There is nothing wrong with that. Anti-AI artists do not produce art, but the phenomenalization of mental illness on a mass scale. Moreover, it is not even original. There is no such thing as a wholly unique imagination. It draws from and is inspired by the wealth of what has already been created. Copying others' thoughts, ideas, and works, at least to some extent, is unavoidable. An individual digital artist draws from past precedent just as much as AI does. All arguments about intellectual property are bankrupt. Why is it stealing? To feed someone's work into a ML algorithm, but not to feed it into your own imagination. Why should you have to replicate the exact same techniques as an artist you are inspired by, just to suffer for no reason? Artists should use these techniques because they enjoy using them or believe they are necessary. Why prevent others from using simpler ones? Is there a single rational argument for why this is? But some argue AI will destroy individual artistic techniques. Society will just infinitely recycle content to the point where nothing new will be made. First of all, the recycling is already happening before AI. Second of all, it's wrong because AI enables infinite permutations. Thirdly, it's even more wrong. The rise of digital art did not outmode drawing or painting. Machines did not outmode sculpting. Artists continue to make use of these mediums and will do so long into the future. AI does not destroy art. It just filters out valueless and talentless artists. No artist is entitled to anyone's money. Kids in Africa have to mine rare earth minerals so these digital artists have computers in the first place. Why should we feel bad for artists? What gives artists the right to have such a comfy job rather than cleaning toilets? Why do they feel so entitled to it, even if society doesn't want what they are making? All digital artists who don't want their work to be fed into ML algorithms should just quit then. Worthy artists who don't mind contributing to the general intellect of mankind will take their place. The only justifiable concern about AI is the possibility of its use for purposes of fraud, libel, and defamation. But civilization already has a great precedent of rendering defamation and impersonation actionable offenses, which the aggrieved can petition to courts of justice. What will probably happen is the end of anonymity and the mandatory adoption of spoof-resistant blockchain-based signatures in order to verify one's unique identity. In this way, anyone spreading defamation, including AI-based pornography, will, by signing libel with their own absolutely unique cryptographic signature, be wholly accountable for it in courts of law, thereby discouraging it. Common law systems already take into account the nuances of these situations, so fears of a slippery slope between free speech and defamation are not going to be new. Courts already take into consideration the nuances of this distinction today before AI, but the greatest danger of AI also happens to be its greatest benefit to humanity. It has the power to teach society to respect images less and value critical thinking more. The truth is, images are already being used to lie about reality on a mass scale and have been for a long time. Even without AI, the amount of bad faith and misrepresentation people are subjected to online has really reached its worst limit. Technology shouldn't be blamed for this problem. The rotting and cannibalistic nature of capitalist civilization should. People, events, and reality is already being lied about on a mass scale. The difference is that critical thinking skills haven't caught up. When images become unreliable on a mass scale, society will probably regress to reading as the most reliable source of information. This is a net benefit for society as a whole. The unreliability of images is likely to force people to spend time reading and synthesizing information critically if they want to get a well-rounded view of reality. Finally, AI hastens the transition into communism. By valorizing patterns out of the chaos of the world market, the productive forces become socialized to an extent and degree never thought possible before. Information, rather than profit, becomes the ultimate driving force of production. The inadvertently social nature of the relations of production, enmeshed in the chaotic signals of the market, become impossible to avoid recognizing. The possibility of real economic planning on scales never before thought possible, and on a basis in the interest of the whole society, ceases to be a dream but becomes a reality. Because the interest of the whole society ceases to be based on the expert opinion of some central authority. It can be derived objectively through the power of artificial intelligence. There is no dichotomy between AI and mankind. This is a silly ideological illusion which is the result of the dying vestiges of capitalism. If we define artifice by man-made, it is communism itself which is the ultimate reconciliation between artificial and natural intelligence, combining the conscious will of human authority with the inadvertent, unconscious, and social realities of the people intelligible only at the aggregate and collective scale. AI, like the steam engine, will undoubtedly play a role in participating in the savagery and madness of capitalist civilization. But the solution is not to blame technology. The solution is to adopt an introspective view about the nature of our civilization itself. The solution is to unleash the productive forces of technology and destroy the outmoded vestiges of the past, such as the financial capitalist cartels and banking institutions which are holding back progress. The parasitic monopoly cartels must be completely smashed. Only the anti-monopoly movement of the working class can, in tandem with the acceleration of AI technology, usher in a new era of human prosperity and development. The possibilities opened up by AI technologies are nearly limitless. They should be used to accelerate the destruction of our outdated system altogether. Under no pretext should the power of AI be surrendered. Any attempt to inhibit workers' access to AI technologies must be frustrated by force if necessary. March 3rd, on the Workers' Party of Britain's by-election victory, Galloway's breakthrough, and the rebirth of left-wing politics. George Galloway's recent victory is politically historical in the true sense of the word. It ushers in a new era of politics in the West, which can really be regarded as the revival of traditional left-wing politics. Bernie Sanders, Syriza, and Jeremy Corbyn during their incipience were minor instances of an attempt to establish a left-wing alternative to the demagogic, confused, and often reactionary populisms, defined by petty anti-immigrant sentiment, confusion, and dominated completely by hucksters and grifters. The incipient left populists quickly succumbed to the pan-leftist pathogen, allowing bourgeois liberals to hijack and drive these movements to the ground. Since 2016, we witnessed not only a retreat, but a complete eradication of distinctly left-wing politics, with leftists falling in line behind the liberal hegemony to create a bulwark against the right. But what have we seen? The complete destruction of the right as well. Trump's MAGA movement was never successfully captured by European-style nationalism. Trump himself staffed his cabinet with GOP swamp monsters. In France, Le Pen failed utterly in defeating Macron. In Italy, Meloni, like earlier left populists, i.e. Syriza, immediately bamboozled her voters. The right has been decline across all the Western world. While Yellow Vest and farmers' revolts gained traction, they weren't led by any definite political consciousness. The populist right has culminated in the Bubby F. Schillmeile, who cements its historical destruction altogether. In Germany, while the AfD appeared to be gaining ground, it is on the back foot amidst the rise of Sarah Wagenknecht's new left-wing party. For many years, a traditional left has gradually re-entered political consciousness, but only at the fringes. My own efforts have been part of this, with Infrared, alongside my colleague Jackson Hinkle, and as a result, MAGA communism has consolidated itself as a distinct tendency, however niche, in US politics. The complete destruction of all the right-wing political movements that emerged in the aftermath of 2016 has created a total vacuum in any meaningfully dissident politics. Even famous white nationalist Richard Spencer was among the first to observe this, provocatively endorsing Biden in the 2020 elections, aware of the fact that the liberal hegemony is far more of an adequate reality of right consciousness than vulgar, brown populism. Our own stance has been vindicated. Galloway's victory proves the viability of an authentic left wing. No longer can anyone regard the modern revival of traditional left wing as an anachronism confined to the fringes. No longer can anyone dismiss MAGA communism as a contradictory, incoherent political chimerism. Galloway is already dividing UK society in the best of possible ways. He stands as the only effective challenge against the hegemony in the UK. He has earned the ire of not only left liberals enraged by his lack of political correctness, but also the right wing. He refuses to lower himself to petty demagoguery or target the UK's minorities. The liberal center is obviously terrified of him. None of this should come as a surprise. The left wing, historically, just refers to the party of movement and revolutionary change. The true anomaly in the West is that for many years, the left came to denote those who were the most furiously devoted to defending the ruling class hegemony. This anomaly is coming to an end, and things are returning now to their proper place. Galloway is set to polarize UK society in a way that will correctly reveal its true fault lines along class lines. The era of confusion over muddied culture wars is over. Now begins the true war against the imperialist ruling class. March 10th. What the world must learn from Haiti. The US has meddled in Haiti's affairs, stolen its land, and implemented regime change to turn it into a neo-colony for over 100 years. Right-wing ideologists in the West will respond, "Oh well, might is right. It's their fault for being weaker than we are." Okay, let's do a thought experiment. Let's imagine the Haitian people decided to take their country back and overthrow the forces of US imperialism. Let's imagine they decided to take their land back and get their country in order and eliminate the root causes of crime by solving unemployment and extreme poverty. The Western right wing, the same one that simultaneously asserts the principle of might is right, would, together with the left liberals, begin to feign extreme moral outrage. They would denounce Haitians as evil communists who violate the laws of nature by restoring justice to their people. They would tell tall tales and horror stories, clutching pearls over the totalitarian dictatorship in Haiti, where there is no freedom. They would cry, scream, and shout all the way to the halls of Congress, where after failed military operations, they would implement the most comprehensive trade embargo in history, despite professing to believe in the sacred principles of free market trade. How do I know this? Because it happened before, but not to Haiti, but to Cuba, which to this day is subjected to the criminal embargo of the US. The lesson of Haiti's current horrific chaos should be clear. To all my friends in the non-Western world, ignore at all costs the poisonous liberal ideology preached by the West. Take control of your sovereignty. Do not worry about sanctions. Do not worry about being called a dictatorship or a totalitarian rogue state. At the end of the day, Cuba and North Korea are much stronger and viable states than Haiti is. They own their resources and have basic law and order. Haiti followed all the rules of the Western rules-based order. And look at it, a totally destroyed, crippled, and broken state. Cuba is not a perfect country, but guess what? Despite the embargo, despite having earned the enmity of the USA and the free world, it still isn't Haiti. The West is an empire of lies. When they force their poisonous liberal ideology on your country and your country fails, they will say it is because you are of an inferior race. But when you stand up and take back your country and build a strong state, they will cry and get sentimental and spread the sob stories of Solzhenitsyn's and Yeonmi Parks. All of a sudden, might is right goes out the window, and they will try to guilt you. Any people who fall for that deserve the ruin that awaits them. The Russians learned this painful lesson after the 1990s, when they allowed Western ideology to ravage and nearly collapse the entirety of their state. Follow Russia's example, the example of the great Stalin, the example of today's Putin. Follow China's example. Follow Korea, Iran, Syria, and Cuba's example. Spit in the face of the Western imperialists, and if they dare step foot uninvited upon your sacred lands, let not only spit, but the dirt below their feet hit their faces. I believe the people of Haiti will endure this great calamity. All the patriots of Haiti who wish to expel the imperialists and retake their country have my full solidarity and best wishes. March 27th, on Russia. People should appreciate that Russia is not simply a nation. It is the center of the Eurasian resistance against 500 years of colonial hegemony. The Soviet era, founded on the overthrow of the westernized Romanov elites, was only the first chapter in the history of this resistance. Many believed that with the end of the Soviet Union, Russia would simply capitulate to the global hegemony as one nation among others. But Russia, regardless of its ruling ideology, could not possibly integrate into this new world order, for the same reason Iran and China cannot. The origin of the colonial world order lies in the rise of capitalism, the Enlightenment, and modernity. But Russia is attached to the legacy of a completely different world order and a different, now lost and forgotten Enlightenment and modernity. The world was united into a single universal order long before the European Enlightenment. Stretched across the vast Silk Road, the Mongols completed the enclosure of all Eurasia, the last great nomadic revolution against the arrogance of sedentary civilization. They finally established the precedent of universal political order, world empires founded upon a notion of the absolute, and which reigned over the end of times itself, long before Hegel and Fukuyama. After the dissolution of the Mongol Empire, its successor states, which modern Russia can trace its origins to, were universal civilizations which operated under an entirely different paradigm of governance, parochial identity, communal values, territorial sovereignty, and economic development. They created the foundation of universal civilization at the material level. Unfortunately, none were able to truly reflect upon these foundations in an appropriate manner, and so over time, the original spark of historical brilliance eventually faded into obscurity. It was in the West, via the Italian Renaissance and Protestant Revolution, that the fruits of the material foundation laid by Eurasia could be reaped. The Silk Road, reaching Venice first, exposed Europe to all the splendors of lost Eurasia. And precisely because Europe was outside of the political conflict that plagued universal Eurasia from within, while simultaneously reaping the fruits of the newly formed world market created by it, it could independently appraise the significance of the Mongol Revolution indirectly, leading to Renaissance humanism, ideological universalism, modern science and technology as we know it. This is what allowed Europe to eventually conquer and enslave the world. But something was lost in translation. Europe failed to complete the Mongol Revolution because at every turn it tried to suppress its origins. Every great benefit Europe bequeathed to humanity was turned into its opposite. Universal humanistic enlightenment also accompanied colonialism, racialism, slavery, and genocide. The steam engine also gave rise to modern capitalism, exploitation and ruinous destruction of communal values on a mass scale. Technology also gave rise to terrible weapons of war, used for all manner of theft, murder, genocide, and villainy on a mass scale. Political enlightenment and the universal equality of man also accompanied the universal degradation of man. Enlightenment turned into its opposite, Jahiliya, ignorance and forgetfulness on a mass scale. The erasure of mankind's history, traditional civilizations and cultures on a mass scale. Philistinism, dumbing down, and the institutionalized stupidity we see today. Eurasia is now experiencing its second revolution, and it is doing so to reclaim the lost and missed enlightenment of mankind. It was Marxism which was precisely the first awakening to this lost enlightenment. Russia, China, and Iran don't hate the West. They are only participating in the great restoration of history on a global scale, including the restoration of the West's own lost historical existence. They lead the world to its forgotten beginning. March 30th. Why does the deep state fear MAGA? The deep state ideology frames America's new Cold War as based on the battle between democratic and authoritarian societies like Russia and China. They see MAGA as aligned with the authoritarian camp and thus a threat to democracy. This is why they lost their minds about Russian disinformation infecting our democracy. This is also why they are trying to ban TikTok. What the authoritarian countries have in common is forms of political authority based on responsivity to the people, rather than institutions and oligarchies. They are led by strong men who keep bureaucracies and institutions in check to make sure they don't become corrupt or form into oligarchies. We see this in Xi's anti-corruption drives and Putin's curtailing of the Russian oligarchy. All of this is based on the legacy of communism and Stalinism in particular. Both Stalin and Mao similarly leveraged their authority to champion the masses' interests where it conflicted with lower-level party bosses. In communist states, the chief goal is attending to the collective prosperity of the whole people by unleashing economic development and ensuring social mobility. This way, oligarchies do not form who gatekeep institutions. Rising and newly educated lower segments of society acquire the opportunity to climb the ranks and replace older elites. New methods of production get implemented which constantly transform the relations of production to prevent the formation of new classes. MAGA strives for something relatively similar in America, flushing out the oligarchical gatekeepers and institutional elites to give the common man a chance. While ideologically confused, the deep state recognizes this to be a form of American authoritarian politics, where masses of people rally behind Trump as a symbol of arbitrarily delegated popular authority against institutions. The point of MAGA communism was just to acknowledge consciously that MAGA is aligned with a new form of political power that is based on the legacy of 20th century communism. So, why is it that on X, fascistic ideologies are being promoted? Because the deep state wants to sever the possibility of any connection MAGA has with Russia and China. They only fear MAGA because of its perceived alignment with Russia and China. If they can get MAGA to love NATO and hate Russia and China, MAGA is neutralized as a threat. One of the ways they're doing this is spreading neo-Nazi ideology and trying to boost anti-communism. China is ruled by a communist party. Modern Russia was built by communism. The Nazis killed nearly 30 million Russians. Communism and Nazism are opposed. By whipping up sympathy for far-right ideology based on a twisted view of history, the deep state is making it more possible to corral MAGA into support for NATO. You can argue about ideology all you want, but here are the facts. The deep state was created to crush communism. The main global challengers of deep state hegemony have materially communist foundations. Neo-fascists were recruited as mercenaries by the CIA during the Cold War to fight the USSR and communist parties in Operation Gladio. While some try to claim that National Socialism also challenges oligarchical rule, the facts show that it was a tool by the oligarchy to mobilize all sectors of society for war against its enemies. MAGA will either awaken to communism or it will die off. By the way, not a single far-right ideologist will debate me on any of this live. They all run away. Ask yourself why that is. Because they are bad faith actors pushing the deep state agenda. April 7th, short critique of Dr. Wolf's answer to democratic decision-making and resource allocation. Quote, question to Mr. Wolf, under your system of cooperatives, can I still get my PlayStation 5? Mr. Wolf's response, absolutely. However, you'd need to discuss it with your fellow workers. Decisions about income distribution and individual priorities, like a PlayStation, would be made collectively, considering everyone's interests. It wouldn't be a decision made alone or with your boss. It would require a democratic process, much like the way democratic decisions are made in our society today, though not always perfectly. Unquote, Chairman has. The correct response is this: you order one through your smart device, and AI calculates the rest. In the previous century, central planning proved to be more rational than markets when it came to primary industry. The failure in central planning was the result of the rise of light industry and increasingly complex consumer economies. The increasing significance of market mechanisms had nothing to do with the return of classical liberal capitalism. In reality, what happened was the growth of information-based economics, which took on the archaic form of markets, which at the time were the only way to produce data about economic signals. Market economics is based on individual trade. Information-based economics is about more complex forms of economic planning. Large corporations recording data about what people consume to determine large-scale and centrally planned production. Neoliberalism is a huge myth. Markets did not become more competitive, and collecting data, not profit, has become the most valuable objective of production. Even computer technologies in the 1970s could have replaced markets altogether in socialist countries. They weren't adopted because of the rapid, sweeping social changes they would have brought. Now, with the rise of AI technologies, markets are definitely becoming more obsolete. The fatal death blow to commodity money was already dealt after 1971. Money has now just become a tool of central planning. Soon it will shed its archaic form altogether and go completely digital, and eventually be indistinguishable from points you earn in a video game. Purely data for planning and not a commodity. Wolf's response shows a very backward understanding of post-capitalist economics, which totally contradicts the Marxist view. Marxism is about accelerating the productive forces and technology. What he is proposing would be considered reactionary by Marxism, in addition to being ridiculous. April 26th, on student protests against Israel's genocide in Gaza, many are suspicious of the current wave of student protests across the country. They interpret the phenomena in the typical red versus blue manner. They see the students, who are usually at the vanguard of the liberal hegemony, as indistinguishable from color revolution protesters. This is, of course, because students often are employed by the hegemony to accomplish what the legal process cannot. Students are typically fodder for universities, media, NGOs, and other hegemonic institutions of civil society, social engineering led by philanthropic billionaires. Everyone can see there is a clear NGO, think tank, academia, media activist machine that is firmly rooted in the ruling class hegemony. Popper called it the open society. Marxists, following Gramsci, call it hegemony. So what to make of the ongoing protests? Recent reports have gained attention showing that some of the organizations involved, like SJP, have received funding from Soros. However, it would be wrong to dismiss the protests as Soros-funded. Firstly, receiving Soros money at a certain point does not necessarily mean you are doing the bidding of the open society at every given point in time. This kind of revenue, the kind SJP receiving, like not even being that much, is typical for any kind of activist organization that is minimally aligned with hegemony on some level and considered legitimate by it. When you establish yourself as a legitimate organization within a hegemony-aligned institution, receiving a stream of revenue is an almost passive circumstance. It's not so much that their actions are directly dictated by Soros NGO in return for money. It's more like you are either opted in or opted out of the hegemony in terms of whether you are regarded as a legitimate civil society institution. While that does reflect a minimal alignment, it does not actually reflect total control. My nuance and charity here is ironic given how mentally ill parapolitics podcasters will accuse me of being part of a vast LaRouche-based conspiracy. Hassan Piker and Chapo claim this unironically. Because I spoke at a Schiller conference one time while ignoring obvious and provable monetary connections between billionaires and left liberal activists they align with. A man can shake hands in a photo with someone once, and this is enough to prove conspiratorial collusion, yet they ignore clear monetary connections. Regardless, I will be principled on the matter and say that it isn't correct to claim these protests are Soros-backed. They are clearly a huge inconvenience and embarrassment for the Soros agenda at this time because they undermine faith in the hegemony. That SJP got a little Soros money years ago doesn't say anything about the current events now. So what is really behind them? Above all, they should be interpreted as an implosion of the liberal hegemony. They reflect an extreme demoralization amidst the rise of the multipolar world and the real-time destruction of Western liberal human rights ideology. The Gaza genocide has provoked a moral crisis within the conscious wing of the hegemony. It is indefensible even from the perspective of liberal human rights. The hypocrisy of the West has simply reached a self-consuming breaking point. You do not need to have illusions about left liberal privileged students to understand that these protests are a symptom of the collapse of the very same powers that once employed them. The system is simply collapsing, and Zioritis are trying to save it. Many otherwise brainwashed students are waking up to irreconcilability of the contradiction and the hypocrisy of those in power. How they respond to that contradiction is what will ultimately matter. But one must fundamentally reject attempts by the Zionist right to frame these protests along typical culture war fault lines. That simply cannot work this time around. Be at ease. The empire is burning down. April 30th, the painful truth about student protests. It is not necessarily my intention to completely dismiss the student protests, but for well-meaning and good faith activists, it is time for a reality check. These protests will amount to nothing. Nothing at all, for as long as they confine themselves to college campuses. They've done a great job exposing the willingness of the state to suspend civil liberties for the sake of the imperialist and Zionist agenda. But the notion that students, faculty, or colleges can somehow exert pressure upon the government to ditch the Zionist entity is a silly folly. Academic institutions are part of the ruling hegemony. They do not control it. Monopoly capital does. If but only a single part of the hegemony rises in rebellion against the interests of monopoly capitalists, it can be easily replaced. The truth is, students and their views represent a small minority in this country. Already the media is exploiting this fact. They are highlighting the contradiction between out-of-touch, sheltered, and infantile college students and ordinary Americans who live in the real world. Pan-leftist freaks are contributing greatly to that media strategy with their ridiculous and infantile behavior. It is not my intention to scold students for being privileged, but they objectively are. Most Americans have to work with their hands for a living. The feelings of students does not matter as much as the working masses, because the feeling of working people is based on the real world, not isolated and sheltered safe spaces. Students have a responsibility to be ruthlessly self-critical, reject their echo chambers, reject their self-congratulatory way of romanticizing their actions, and always be mindful of the great gulf between their safe space and society. For those who truly care about fighting the imperial agenda, you should utilize your privilege, your accumulated knowledge, to go down to the small towns, the working neighborhoods, the forgotten but immensely potent America, and talk to the people. They must leave their comfort zone and initiate a dialogue between their own perspective and that of working masses. And they must be patient with opposing views and learn how to find common ground with normal people. If you cannot persuade the silent majority, you will never be able to challenge the government. Learn the lesson of the 60s. All that noise and Nixon still wins by a landslide. First, as tragedy. Strife on college campuses is one thing, but imagine an uprising in every town hall and city council in America. Imagine masses of ordinary people being given a voice to air their grievances with the government, with where their taxes are going, with their declining quality of life and indebtedness. Most students are not the people. They are not the masses. They are a small, privileged minority that learns and thinks for a living rather than works. And even where they do work, they only do so for the prospect of securing a future career based on their accumulated knowledge capital. Most Americans work with their hands, the ones who feed and build the country. Their consciousness, feeling, and attitudes matter more than students. Genuinely principled and honorable students must embrace the Platonic gesture of enacting a ruthless and impersonal critique of their own perceptions, consciousness, feelings, and intuitions. These students will be a small minority of the general student population. They will commit class betrayal and sacrifice their own comfort for the sake not only of the people of Gaza, but the working masses of America. The primordial debt of the thinking consciousness is its alienation from the work that makes it possible, real labor. But there is no obstacle the unity of consciousness with the working masses cannot surmount. These protests will die out. Let us hope a few new serious partisans will come out of this experience. May 1st, the time is coming for all Americans to unite against the regime. Before now, student activists were brainwashed by the hegemony and weaponized against the people on its behalf. Now, they see how easily they have been discarded, brutalized, and maligned when they dissent on the regime's foreign policy agenda. This flagrant suspension of civil liberties is nothing new. Federal agencies have been arresting Trump voters as Russian agents for sharing the wrong Facebook memes. The DHS has targeted critics of the American Big Pharma as threats to national security. In Canada, unprecedented methods were used by the government to punish the truckers for their protests by targeting their bank accounts. Now the fascist repression is reaching the student activist movement, a single part of the hegemony that has risen in rebellion against it over the sheer indefensibility of the hypocrisy of human rights ideology in Palestine. It is time to cast aside the petty generational, demographic, racial, and cultural differences between free Americans who are rising against the wicked, increasingly fascist regime. Now is the time to draw a fundamental and existential conclusion. Because the student activists will, in the short term, fail. They cannot fight the power of the state by themselves. They cannot even fight the university administration on their own. The hegemony already sends the police to brutalize them. It's time to wake up and realize Americans have no popular sovereignty. The government and its hegemonic institutions will happily break your skull if you dissent. America is an occupied country. No, they won't listen to anyone's protests. No, they won't cave under popular pressure. No, civil society cannot actually change anything. No, they aren't moved by your protests. They laugh at them. They don't care what you think. They care about keeping you in line and controlling your thoughts. They rule by keeping people divided. The repression of the students must be linked up with the repression of all dissidents, or the students will be crushed in isolation, and that will simply be the end of it. Those who attempt to keep the masses divided do not care about fighting the regime, let alone fighting for Gaza. The uprising must spread in all directions, be cultivated in every grievance of the people against the system, crossing geographic and generational lines. The righteous struggle of the Palestinian people must inspire Americans to free themselves from their own fascist regime. May 4th, get this in your head. Get this in your head. America is an occupied country. We do not have popular sovereignty. We are ruled by a hegemony that is fundamentally unaccountable to the American people. They will crack students' skulls and they'll imprison the elderly for Facebook memes. They'll harass and terrorize you if you have dissenting views. They'll kill you if you challenge them enough. They oversee the looting of this country and the destruction of its communities. Poverty, drugs, and poison. Lie down, give up, and decay. That is the only life they permit the people to have. They steal your wealth and then blame you for having nothing. You have to go into debt in order to survive, with no way to ever pay it back. The government itself is in debt to a cartel of private international banks, a debt that was designed to never be paid off. A debt that has given a small minority of monopoly capitalists the ability to dictate every aspect of policy and decision-making in this country. The ability to mold every aspect of life, civil society, and culture to their liking. All it takes to free America from occupation is to free us from the debt. A debt forced upon us generations ago, which none of us signed up for. If we free America from debt, we free the world from imperialism. We free Palestine from Israel. We take power away from the exploiters and bloodsuckers. We stop them from being able to wreak havoc on the world stage, to swallow and consume the wealth and humanity of this world. America is occupied land, land that the forefathers of many Americans spilled their blood on to be free from foreign colonialism, land that some toiled over in slavery and others lived on for thousands of years. This land belongs to the American people, but it has been stolen. They keep Americans fighting each other over nothing. Indebted students, indebted farmers, indebted wokes, indebted conservatives, indebted whites, indebted blacks, indebted young, indebted old. All slaves fighting each other for the amusement of a tiny minority of bloodsuckers. What will it take for Americans to cast aside their differences and liberate this occupied land? May the 5th, short post on North Korea. What if I told you that everything you're taught about this man and his country is propaganda? What if I told you that North Korea, the DPRK, is vilified because it is one of the only countries in East Asia which refuses to be enslaved by international banksters? What if I told you that all its troubles were the result of extremely harsh sanctions imposed by the US regime? What if I told you that people in North Korea are in general happier than in the South? No homeless, no organized crime, no prostitution or pornography, no unemployment, and abundant housing for all. Sure, they don't have as much access to consumer goods, but what they have is dignity and freedom. Freedom from being enslaved by foreigners and banksters. Their land, people, and culture are free from the filth and poison of today's Western societies, and they are better off for it. Do you really think the media has been telling you the truth about this country? May 7th, short post on China. China, under the wise leadership of Xi Jinping, has emerged as the paramount leader of world civilization and the shared future of humanity. From its stance against NATO expansion to its just position on the Palestinian issue, it has assumed a genuine position of global responsibility. It is emerging as the principal, moral, and spiritual guide of all humanity in terms of the precedent it sets in assuming a far-sighted and global outlook for the shared future of all mankind. It is not replacing U.S. global hegemony. It is accomplishing what the latter was never able to accomplish, a position of global leadership based not on military force, political coercion, or aggression, but genuine moral and spiritual preeminence. With the collective West's refusal to take responsibility for and even enable the genocide in Gaza, it has lost the mandate of heaven on the global stage. Its calls for human rights, democracy, freedom, and humanitarianism are simply no longer taken seriously. Its unilateral pretensions are nakedly exposed as disguising the raw economic self-interest of a monopoly capitalist cartel. China's leadership derives from leading the effort to establish a truly multilateral and multipolar form of shared global responsibility. Anyone is free to opt in or opt out, but the benefits of opting in clearly outweigh being left out. The US regime and its allies are increasingly becoming pariah states on the global stage. Liberal democracy has lost the status of a truly post-historical and universal paradigm of political existence. The Palestinian struggle has finally exposed the fundamental contradictions of liberal civilization in a way that is indisputable even from the liberal standpoint itself. China is the middle kingdom of all human civilization. It has acquired the status of a truly universal power, attending to the basic premises, which are principally economic but include good governance, shared by all civilizations. It imposes no prescriptions upon the cultures, norms, religions, ways of life, and political characteristics of any given country. It only offers the ability to participate in a shared global community through win-win economic cooperation. It offers the ability for nations to develop in the first place, regardless of how they do it. A confrontation between the US regime and China is not simply a confrontation between great powers. It is a confrontation between a dictatorship of banksters and the whole wealth of human civilization. May 9th, on the anniversary of the Soviet victory against Nazi Germany. On this day, 79 years ago, the Soviet Union achieved an immortal historical glory to which all mankind owes the greatest of debts. The so-called invincible army of the Nazis was battered into dust by the heroic Red Army. The Anglo-Saxon elites unleashed the German fascist war machine upon Europe by financing German rearmament and doing everything to appease Hitler. They sought to destroy and devastate Eastern Europe, using the Nazis to loot its wealth and gold, which to this day has been funneled into a network of offshore banks, all while keeping up the facade of a phony war to absolve themselves of any responsibility. And the real purpose of the Nazis? to destroy the first state in world history ruled by the exploited and the oppressed, and to slaughter and enslave the Soviet peoples in retaliation for rising in defiance of the global banksters. It is not enough to remember the great sacrifices of the Soviet people against the German fascists. It is necessary to honor that memory. The Nazis didn't simply disappear, they rebranded. The NATO war machine continues the agenda of German fascist military aggression, not only against Russia, but the entire world. We disgrace the memory of the heroic Red Army by refusing to see that the enemies of humanity they fought against are still at large. Today's banker-made world order is in great part founded upon the wealth of Europe looted by the Nazi criminals and bandits. The agenda to enslave not only Russia, not only Asia and Africa, but also the working people of the West itself, is still being carried to fruition by the same demonic forces responsible for Nazism. The heroic Soviet peoples were nearly alone in their fight. The West consistently refused to open up a second front, and while fascist revisionists never shut up today about Lend-Lease, it amounted to 4% of Soviet domestic production, and 85% of it only came after Stalingrad anyway. It is clear that British and American capitalists were hoping for the swift defeat of the Soviets at the hand of the Nazis. The capitalist-run press would constantly predict the imminent defeat of the Red Army throughout the war. Yet they were wrong. The Red Army triumphed not only against the Nazis, but the arrogance of the West as a whole. They did what the experts and intellectuals declared impossible. This is why, to this day, they try to revise history by downplaying the role of the Red Army itself in the victory. This is why, out of revenge, they now seize upon the opportunity to vilify and dehumanize Russia, to do everything in their power to prop up and aid the Banderites in Ukraine. Let the lesson of the glorious Red Army be. Let the arrogance of the so-called powerful be reminded that a mighty force lies beyond the threshold of their conceit, that the downtrodden and oppressed need only awaken to their real power, and from that awakening there is no obstacle they cannot surmount. A country of once illiterate peasants who could not even defeat Japan became a superpower that crushed the so-called most powerful war machine in history. The Nazis dehumanized the Russians just as the West does today. They scoffed and laughed at the prospect that they could resist them, let alone conquer them. History is not kind to the arrogant. Today, the forces of resistance worldwide against the arrogant appear to be less powerful. Let the memory of Victory Day remind us all it is only an appearance. May 14th, on terrorism, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Some people see Hamas as terrorists because they associate all Islamic militants with Al-Qaeda and ISIS. But there's a key difference. Al-Qaeda and ISIS do not fight for any land or any people. They are mercenaries for the Zionists themselves. They're globe-trotting criminals who attack civilians indiscriminately in the name of an ideology. They are also conveniently employed against the strongest opponents of U.S. hegemony: Russia, China, Syria, Iran, and others. Hamas could not be any different. Al-Qassam fighters are true sons of the soil. They fight to defend the villages and land their families lived on for generations. The soil they stand on is the same soil their forefathers lived and died for. They are drawn from people living in Gaza and Palestine itself who reject occupation by a foreign entity. It's easy to criticize their methods when you know nothing of what it takes to liberate your land from foreign occupiers. If a foreign power came to your neighborhood, occupied it, assaulted your women, jailed your children, beat your elderly, would that affect your moral compass? Would you not do anything by any means necessary to defend your land and your people? If Americans knew the truth about Hamas and Hezbollah, it wouldn't even cross their minds to call them terrorists. You know what people willing to die for their homeland are called? They're called patriots. American politicians, by contrast, sell the people and soil of their own nation to multinational corporations and foreign interests. What right do they have to criticize Hamas? What right do these prostitutes have to call anyone a terrorist? Is it not terrorism to occupy someone else's land at gunpoint? May 20th and 21st, on the death of that Iranian President Raisi. It has just been confirmed that Iranian President Raisi has been found dead. May he rest in peace, and may Allah bless his soul. It is important to understand that among the political forces within Iran, Raisi represented the forces of the multipolar world. His presidency oversaw an unprecedented degree of positive relations, cooperation, and coordination with Russia and China. Iranian economic integration with BRICS, as well as China's Belt and Road Initiative, advanced at a rapid pace, ensuring Iran's participation in the global dismantlement of dollar hegemony. This is in contrast to the reformist government preceding Raisi, which was still hedging its bets on behalf of pro-Western business interests within Iran on normalizing relations with the West through failed initiatives like the Iran nuclear deal. The reckless actions of forces within the Trump cabinet ensured the near total sidelining of pro-Western reformists within Iran, almost guaranteeing a full pivot by Iran toward Eurasian integration. If there is anything we can be hopeful for, in addition to praying for the well-being and security of Iran and its people, it is that the multipolar orientation of the Raisi administration is not reversed, that Iran continues to develop relations with Russia, China, and other anti-Western forces. The most effective strategy by U.S. hegemony is dividing the forces of multipolarity, dividing BRICS, dividing Eurasia, and dividing all forces of resistance. Now is the time to maintain a unity of all global forces of resistance to ensure a smooth transition into a post-colonial, post-hegemony, and post-dollar world order. Zionists can gloat all they want, but it is a matter of objective historical fact that Iran is not going anywhere. Iran is among the oldest continuous civilizations in history. It was arguably the first universal empire. It was here that the notion of the state proper, beyond any parochial context, was born. Let's even imagine the delusions of the Zionists are correct, that Iran's government has been toppled. Keep in mind this isn't true. In no way has the authority of the Islamic Republic, Supreme Leader Khamenei, or the IRGC been undermined. But even if it was, Iran has seen plenty of governments come and go. Iran's tendency toward regional power has never been altered by such events. Iran has always been and will always be a power the world must recognize and reckon with. For as long as worldly powers have existed on this earth, Iran, like China, has been one of them. The problem the Zionists and the NATO imperialists have is that Iran refuses to submit, refuses to be a small power. Very well. Then history guarantees the annihilation of Zionism and NATO. Whoever cannot accept the fact that Iran is here to stay cannot accept history and reality itself, and therefore will themselves cease to be real. That the phony fake entity called Israel cannot recognize Iran's regional significance is among the many proofs that it is an artificial and fake state that will not survive far into the future. Long after the Zionist entity is in ruins, Iran will still be here. For as long as there are nations in this world, Iran will be one of them. Whoever has a problem with this should seek psychiatric help, for it would be no less vain to have a problem with the very sun itself shining in the sky. May 22nd. On voting. I pledge to never vote for Biden or any Zionist. The most impactful thing you can do for this year's 2024 election is abstain from voting. Nothing would terrify the regime more than a 25% turnout. High voter turnouts are how governments check the pulse of how legitimate their political system is among the masses. By simply refusing to show up, the American people send the fatal message: we reject the legitimacy of the rigged and corrupt system. Pushing the voter turnout to as low as possible is the most efficient contribution you can make as an American citizen to accelerate political change, to open the door for alternative political parties and movements outside the establishment. It's time we wake up and accept this is an occupied country. Our voice simply doesn't matter. Whether Republican or Democrat, the agenda will be the same. Trump is simply not feeling enough grassroots pressure to be trustworthy on anything. No one should be giving away their vote to a lesser evil. By voting, the system tricks you into thinking you are the one responsible for it. We the people did not sign up for the deep state dictatorship, the CIA, FBI, and DHS. We the people did not sign up for lobbyists and special interests bribing our representatives. We the people did not sign up for our money being spent on a genocide. We the people did not sign up for $34 trillion in debt. We the people did not sign up for Federal Reserve control. We the people did not sign up for the rotten and corrupt occupied regime. Until we can build our own political institutions and parties, until we can have our own platform as we the people, elections mean nothing. Want to send a finger to Washington? Let's elect for condemning the system by not voting at all. May 29th, on Julius Malema, member of the National Assembly of South Africa, founder and leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Julius Malema, Lion of Multipolarity. I wish to express my sincere best wishes for CIC Julius Malema and the Economic Freedom Fighters in the 2024 South African elections. Western media has not appreciated the significance of Malema and the EFF beyond emphasizing race relations in South Africa. This is a pure deception meant to fool white people in America and Europe into supporting the deep state and bankster agenda in South Africa. The primary significance of the EFF for world history has been the reintroduction of the most fundamental lever of revolutionary change in the history of civilization, and that is the land question. During the Bronze Age and the rise of the first states in history, there were always two principal sources of economic legitimation for sovereigns: land reform and debt cancellation. In fact, the two are closely related. The allotment of land as a basic form of subsistence damages the power of oligarchical creditors and increases the power of popular rulers. Land reform smashes the power of monopolistic and rentier control over common economic space, destroying the very foundation of usurious credit. Without monopoly control over land and resources, creditors lack the steady and guaranteed stream of income that serves as the basis of issuing predatory loans to the more economically vulnerable. It redistributes economic security to the people, making them less dependent on taking on debt. In South Africa, the land is concentrated primarily in the hands of apartheid-era elites embedded with international financial capitalists. There is no reason a working-class white American should have any sympathy with these vampires just because they have white skin. These same vampires are responsible for the deindustrialization and immiseration of America itself. They come from old dynastic bloodlines that trace their lineage far beyond anything a normal person can relate to. Additionally, Malema is the anti-Zionist choice for South Africa. He has pledged more support for the Palestinian resistance than any other leader in the region. He is also a firm supporter of Vladimir Putin. His presidency would greatly accelerate BRICS integration, increase closeness with Iran, Russia, China, Venezuela, and other fronts of the multipolar revolution. It would devastate one of the most important bastions of globalist economic control and objectively aid anti-regime forces here in America too. Study the history of the De Beers and the capitalist monopoly network centered around South Africa if you cannot appreciate how much Malema's victory would be a win for world revolutionary forces. The EFF has pioneered the most advanced model of mass socialist political organization in the 21st century. They have done the world a tremendous service by reintroducing the land question to mass politics. American and European populists should study the EFF and these elections carefully. Even if they do not win, their significance in South Africa is sure to be enduring. June 1st, on civil war. Yes, America is absolutely heading towards civil war. In fact, we are already there. Politics is war by other means. The weaponization of media, civil society, and now the legal system is already a form of warfare. When the Civil War comes officially, it will be rather seamless. Not a dramatic confrontation between two regular armies as in the First Civil War, but a sporadic breakdown of state control. Look no further than Chicago to see what this looks like. Yes, life will go on as normal. Businesses will continue to operate at regular hours, people will continue going to their jobs, but more often than not, armed clashes, violence, and attacks will be normalized. The government will simply lack a unified capacity to operate. By the way, the precedent for this in government shutdowns has already been set. Legal systems at local and state levels may continue to function as they did before. It's their relation to federal authority that will change, or more specifically, be divided. Those who underestimate the possibility of a U.S. Civil War do not understand modern civil wars. They are not dramatic confrontations between giant armies. They are rather normalizations of political violence. They don't shut down every aspect of life. They just make us desensitized to hearing about a shootout here, a massacre there, not maybe a few bombings. This is where America is headed. The mistake people make is thinking the breakdown of federal authority will be dramatic. The truth is that we have already gotten used to that breakdown. Lawlessness is already normal in many parts of this country. It won't take much for a constitutional crisis to lead to a divided consensus as far as who the president is. There will be many different claimants to central authority rather than just two. The military and National Guard will be divided from within. The dispute will not take the form of an endless series of huge battles. Plenty of international disputes are simply protracted for a very long time, and it is especially true that the United States has simply lost the will to fight to the death for its existence. Most would rather just go home and watch Netflix. Here and there, the fact that we don't know who the real government is will make itself relevant in our lives, but for the most part, it won't be. It will die passively and descend into chaos. All of this will just happen, and much sooner than you think. June 3rd, MAGA communism, a response to critics. From the very beginning, I made it clear that MAGA communism has absolutely nothing to do with supporting Trump. Recently, Tess Owen for The Guardian, among other news outlets, wrote a rather ridiculous hit piece about myself and comrade Jackson Hinckley regarding MAGA communism. To my surprise, Yanis Varoufakis joined the chorus of attacks, baselessly labeling myself and Jackson as neo-fascists on account of the journalistic malpractice featured in that article. I have messaged Mr. Varoufakis to defend his claims in a debate, but I find it unlikely he will respond. This since Yanis, among many other left liberal personalities, use reckless accusations of fascism as a discursive barrier to shut down the possibility of rational dialogue, which I, as a rule, leave open for anyone who so deigns to engage in it. I find this reckless use of the phrase to be dangerous, not only because it is irrational and arbitrary, but because today there are several personalities gaining popularity who openly revise history in order to exalt and glorify fascism, while giving a new appeal to anti-communist falsifications in the process. The attacks on myself and my comrades serve to distract from the more important struggle to defend the history, legacy, and honor of communism, while confronting the lies of the rightists. Almost no one else is doing this, and the far right simply refuses to debate me, a refusal they get away with only because other self-proclaimed anti-fascists refuse to join in the struggle. In any case, nearly 2 years after writing my seminal work on MAGA communism, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to the widespread misconceptions, misunderstandings, and outright lies regarding this slogan. First of all, MAGA communism is not a new or syncretic ideology. It is a slogan coined by American Marxist-Leninists. This slogan reflects a very specific appraisal and analysis of the current historical situation in America from an orthodox Marxist-Leninist perspective. In no way does it amount to combining Marxism with American right-wing ideology. And to set the record straight, no one from Infrared or Jackson, for that matter, have ever done anything to support Trump politically. We have not called on anyone to vote for Trump, to vote for Trump-aligned candidates, to join the Republican Party, to canvass and organize for Trump, or to even evangelize on behalf of Trump. We have never done this and never will do it. MAGA communism is not a political ideology. Rather, MAGA communism is a historical and strategic perspective, which amounts to the following. The rise of MAGA in 2015-2016 marks an irreversible point in the rise of a new form of popular sovereignty in America, which American communist politics will be rebuilt out of. This does not mean adopting the content of MAGA politics. It means articulating American communism as a post-MAGA form of politics. This analysis is based in a far-sighted and in-depth understanding of the development of imperialism, world capitalism, qualitative changes in the relations of production, and the rise of multipolarity in the context of recent American history. As Stalin observed in the post-war era, classical democratic politics in the West increasingly came to be replaced by an almost open, militaristic dictatorship of the financial elite. By the time neoliberalism emerges, Americans lost almost all traces of popular sovereignty. Elections were no longer a site of contesting power. You simply could not challenge power. The two-party duopoly guaranteed that only candidates fully aligned with an unaccountable elite consensus could win. But simultaneously, neoliberalism also accompanied the emergence of the information age, cybernetics, and finally the rise of social media. The old political superstructures failed to keep up with this. It is fully in keeping with the dialectical laws of history that the high point of dictatorial consolidation of all institutions by the financial elites is simultaneously the point at which the productive relations have outmoded them the most. Just when the elites think they are the most powerful, they are the least powerful. So, despite that all political institutions became consolidated and depoliticized, politics was able to reemerge in sociological and cultural niches the hegemony simply did not understand. That is, through social media. That is exactly what MAGA was. It was the genesis of a new form of popular sovereignty based on cybernetic relationships that could give expression to the general will better than the democratic political institutions were able to. That is not to say that Trump was solely a voice of the people. He simultaneously was selling them out by making alliances with powerful elites at the same time that he empowered them. As a communist, that speaks to the importance of having independent political organizations and institutions of the working class and not just relying on single personalities. But the only way to build organizations or institutions like those is on the basis of the new beginning and awakening of popular sovereignty, represented by MAGA. No one claims that Trump took this beginning anywhere near to its conclusion. Here arises not a specific ideology, policy platform, or political orientation, but a new form of political reality. In terms of political content, MAGA is rather mundane. It is just a basic transcription of standard American ideology into an entirely novel and cybernetic form. Obviously, MAGA is still stamped with the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it emerges. That is to say, its ideological content is carried over from the previous historical era. This includes standard anti-communism, prejudices regarding China, and other backward views. Additionally, it only represented the birth of a new popular sovereignty, one that still lacked a correspondingly new political authority and organization, such as a new party. But if MAGA is just standard mainstream American ideology, why all the fuss? Because it's clearly not just that. Because the very form that it takes contradicts the material premises of that ideology. We are living in a political era that liberal thinkers have dubbed as the rise of digital authoritarianism. The authority of leaders like Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, Maduro, and Julius Malema of the EFF is in large part expressed in unconventional ways. Relationships between political authority and the masses take a more direct form through social media in ways that bypass traditional liberal state institutions. What we witness is the rise of a cybernetic form of mass politics, or e-populism, which is post-liberal, not simply in terms of its ideological content, communism, nationalism, conservatism, etc., but in terms of its actual material form. This is an actually post-liberal form of politics because it grounds political authority beyond representative constitutions and institutions and upon cybernetic relationships of feedback loops, artificial intelligence, and decentralized mass media. This is an objectively new form of politics, and it is irreducible to any ideology. You can see traces of it even in the cult of MBS in Saudi Arabia, or Sisi in Egypt. Trump, Putin, Xi Jinping, Julius Malema, Maduro, etc. may have completely different ideologies, but they all represent a new and post-liberal form of politics. So this is what places MAGA in direct proximity to the objective rise of communism, a new post-liberal form of sovereignty corresponding to the global transition away from the capitalist mode of production. We are living in an era where ideological liberalism is reactionary. It disguises itself as liberal, but corresponds to an unaccountable dictatorial shadow oligarchy. I am frankly disappointed in the short-sightedness of Yanis Varoufakis, whose entire Diem 25 movement was predicated upon the recognition of this fact in the context of the EU. The EU is a perfect example of this. While being the main champion of liberal ideology, it is a fundamentally undemocratic, unaccountable, and dictatorial institution within which no popular sovereignty exists. Today, ideological liberalism has nothing to do with the liberties associated with the classical liberal era. It is the reactionary veneer of a corrupt and degenerate ruling class. Now, regarding the political content of MAGA, I have never had faith in Donald Trump as a political leader. The goal of communists is to build an independent political party of the proletariat. The use of Trump in memes, etc., does not reflect a serious commitment or loyalty to Trump politically, but rather a specific way of expressing a political contradiction he only symbolizes. As I said before, the political content of MAGA in terms of policy is mundane and just reflects the state of the political consciousness of the American people, with all its confusions, its ignorance, and even backwardness. But that isn't the point. The point is that this consciousness, however mundane, is now being expressed in a form that is both popular and sovereign. This provides the sole context and opportunity within which American communist politics can even be thinkable. American communists elect to forgive the MAGA masses of the ideological content of their beliefs, because we understand that when you read between the lines and actually deign to consider the essence of the matter, there is a real yearning and striving for popular sovereignty behind them. That yearning is square one and ground zero of testing Marxist-Leninist praxis, which has always been based in the waging of simultaneous democratic and class struggles in the American context. We understand that MAGA is very divisive in America. It is not our intention to alienate all Americans who remain skeptical, indifferent, or even hostile to MAGA. The goal of American communists is to provide clarity as far as the real contradiction that is at hand, so as to ameliorate these differences among the working class. Why? Because the contradiction in question is a class struggle in the context of the rise of a new mode of production. Some anti-MAGA Americans might be more forgiving of MAGA if it was placed in this context, and mutual understanding was able to be reached about the fact that Americans have lost their sovereignty. In fact, it's already happening in New York and other places thought to be strongholds of the Democrats. Finally, the MAGA communist perspective is based on the recognition that political neutrality is impossible. According to the Marxist-Leninist view, class struggle takes a national form. This is not the form of an institution, as many in the CPUSA believe, but a nation as it really is. It is not possible that a politics of class struggle led by communists can simply be neutral in the face of MAGA as a political phenomena. I respect and understand many who say that communists should reject both the Democrats and MAGA. But the error of this position lies in its refusal to appreciate the significance of form. Yes, in terms of their content, i.e., policy prescriptions, both MAGA and Democrats should be rejected. Trump should certainly be rejected politically. When he took office in 2016, he completely betrayed his base. He helped kill the hero Soleimani and brags about it to this day. But to neglect form and reduce all political reality to policy prescriptions, ideology, or even decisions made by political actors is simply undialectical. It is not consistent with the Marxist-Leninist outlook. We cannot pick and choose which forces characterize the historical development of the American people. Applying Marxism-Leninism in the American context means understanding that right now, the American nation is objectively struggling to articulate popular sovereignty in a new age. This is the material essence underlying the MAGA phenomena. That ideologically speaking, MAGA ideologists and even Trump himself fail to give proper articulation to this essence does not change this fact. There is no way to simply be outside this reality because no political space in America exists which has not been irreversibly affected and marked by the rise of the MAGA phenomena. There is no way to solely wage politics in the neutral arena of neoliberal democracy. Communists lack the democratic institutions within which a political voice is even possible. The ones that exist are all fundamentally rigged and not just proverbially. MAGA has bent American politics in the direction of a both mass and national specificity, just as politics in Russia, China, Venezuela, etc. have been bent as such. The era of neutral and purely formal liberal institutions is over. The principal content MAGA has imposed upon American politics is a yearning for popular sovereignty in the digital age, beyond the dictatorship of experts, elite institutions, and hegemonic cultures. This doesn't mean we need to vote for Trump or follow MAGA leaders. It means we shouldn't be allergic to the unique form of consciousness and political culture MAGA is characterized by, because in essence, it is based around a struggle for popular sovereignty in the American national context. We must base American communism in part on that context. We must appreciate the objective role of the MAGA phenomena in the development of history. This goes far beyond elections, voting, and political punditry. Step one is regaining sovereignty. There is no way to avoid this step. It is the fundamental premise of communist politics, and Marxism-Leninism provides the best method to wage a simultaneous struggle for both national sovereignty and the supremacy of the proletarian class. American imperialism has corresponded to the erosion of American popular sovereignty. Anti-imperialism in America means regaining popular sovereignty. That the MAGA masses are articulating their yearning for popular sovereignty eclectically, imperfectly, and wrongly does not reduce their yearning to the imperfect expression readily accessible to them. Marxists should draw a different conclusion. To make Marxism more accessible to the masses, more directly relevant, concrete, and useful to their struggle, so that they can discard the eclectic, outmoded ideas that are now exclusively accessible to them in their grandpa's garage. To fight the grifters and rightist ideologists attempting to hijack the legitimate grievances of the masses, to twist them and turn them into something else. I, the author of the term MAGA communism, have absolutely no faith in Trump politically. I will never tell my audience to vote for him. I have no loyalty to Trump. In fact, I am suspicious and vigilant toward Trump. Absolutely nothing precludes the possibility that he will be used to accelerate the plans of the oligarchical elites. I will be the first to relentlessly and uncompromisingly struggle against Trump politically the moment that this becomes clear. The problem is that pan-leftists remain in a pre-MAGA state of political understanding in this country. Rightists, Groypers, BAP, Trad, LARPers, etc., meanwhile, have responded to MAGA by treating this new form of politics like a crypto bubble, vacillating between it's so over to it's so back, turning politics into a type of gambling and speculation, hoping the frog deities will grant them meme magic. They lack any understanding whatsoever of the phenomena. All they understand is that it has somehow been able to surpass everyone's expectations. They treat MAGA, like Bitcoin's rise, as an otherworldly miracle, since they lack the immortal science of Marxism-Leninism. We are not interested in any type of syncretism or uniting of old ideological forces. Our aim is to crush them all. They all belong to the dustbin of history. The living and immortal flame of Marxism-Leninism awaits a new synthesis, not based in compromising with any established ideologies, but based on a new development of history itself. June 4th, what the events in Lebanon prove. What the events in Lebanon prove is something Arab leaders prefer to ignore, namely that what is happening in Palestine is a regional, not just local issue. Study the history. It was Israel's occupation itself that created Hezbollah. The creation of Israel was not just a declaration of war on Palestine, it was a declaration of war on the entire region, setting the precedent that the unprecedented form of extermination, theft, and expulsion of peoples from their land might be the norm for everyone else. The war the Palestinians are waging is everyone's problem. The idea that the Zionists will be content with the borders they claim contradicts all history. The Zionists told the international community in 1947 that they will be content with half of Palestine. Did they keep their promise? If left unchecked, the Zionist entity is sure to continue its war of aggression against the region. The Palestinians are fighting not just for their land, but for the whole people of Lebanon, Syria, Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, and Arabia. Hezbollah is not sacrificing Lebanon's interests by confronting this unprecedented Zionist aggression. It is defending them in a way no one else has the courage or resolve to. Many Lebanese who oppose Hezbollah find it easy to think in the short term. But what about the future? What precedent does it set to allow Israel to get away with this genocide? It's true that the Lebanese didn't ask for this war, but the region did not ask for Israel either. It is a problem that was foisted upon the common history of the region, the confronting of which demands collective responsibility. Otherwise, what awaits everyone is collective ruin. Hezbollah will go down in history as heroes for rising to the occasion. As for the Arab leaders, I doubt their inaction will be forgiven by future generations. June 7th, how it will end. Think Israel will end in the same way as apartheid in South Africa? Think again. The end of apartheid put an end to a policy, not a state. And to this day in South Africa, the ownership of finances and resources remains largely the same as under apartheid. The West could afford to allow political apartheid to be dismantled because it was able to maintain economic apartheid. But the rulers of the West cannot afford for Israel to be dismantled as a state. The anti-apartheid struggle was able to be twisted from a struggle for land into a struggle only against discriminatory policy. But there is no way to twist the Palestinian struggle away from the fundamental question of land ownership. Victory for Palestine means the destruction of Israel as a state, not a mere policy, but the toppling of the state itself and the granting of the right of return to Palestinian refugees. Remember, millions of them live in the countries neighboring Israel. They want to go home and once again own the land their parents and grandparents did. This is why the conflict now can only escalate into the direction of WW3. No, international bodies will not help oversee the dismantlement of Zionism as apartheid was dismantled. The U.S. just sanctioned the ICC. It will be bloody war that will engulf the entire planet. The whole hegemony of the American empire is at stake. Israel is what suspends the Middle East into a permanent state of disorder. Remove that linchpin, and it's over for U.S. economic hegemony. The Belt and Road between Asia and Africa is opened. The U.S. loses its permanent foothold, and a new regional power rises to gain leverage over it through control of the Suez Canal. The 100-plus-year colonial project by the collective West to control the Middle East comes to an end. Think they will let that simply happen? Think again. This is a conflict which can only end in one way, and not before there begins a new world war. Do not assume it will be immediately or even inevitably nuclear. Nuclear deterrence will not put an end to conventional war. It increasingly only deters the use of nuclear weapons themselves. Everything else will be on the table. June 7th, on political wings. The Democrats are not left-wing. Both the Democratic and Republican Party are part of the same political hegemony. There are no political wings within a hegemony, only different strategies to enforce the same rule. These strategies differ based only on the requirements of managing different populations in the U.S. The same hegemony applies a different strategy when it comes to appearing legitimate to young people than it does for older. Black versus white, rural versus urban, etc. The Republican and Democratic parties only differ in terms of managing different populations. But the goal is the same, enforcing the same hegemony. Depending on circumstances, the hegemony may tilt Democrat or Republican. It has nothing to do with politics or the country moving left or right. Trump was only a slight curveball, but despite all the blustering against the media, even he submits to it. There is no politics within the hegemony. Politics is a struggle for power. How can there be a struggle for power between Democrats and Republicans when they represent the same power? Only we the people can represent different political wings. So allow me to make it simple for you. If you oppose the hegemony, you are objectively left-wing, regardless of your social views. If you defend the hegemony, you are objectively right-wing, regardless of your social views. If you are outside the hegemony, you are considered a threat to national security, and you will be targeted by the FBI and the DHS. PSYOPs will be unleashed against you on social media like they are against me and my comrades. America is an occupied country. There is no popular sovereignty. If you want to free America from the occupation, you are objectively left-wing. June 10th, betrayal, how Joe Sims and the CPUSA cemented subservience to Biden's Democrats. Joe Sims has launched a coup in the CPUSA on behalf of Biden. National Convention rigged. It is not news to anyone that the Communist Party USA has long resigned itself to being an appendage of the Democratic Party. Gone are the glory days in which the party aspired to represent the political independence of the American working class. Ever since the dissolution of the USSR, the CPUSA adopted a neo-Menshevik view, according to which politics must develop through more stages before communism can ever have political relevance again. It became party orthodoxy to assert that the political relevance of the Communist Party is only possible if the Democratic Party accomplishes an absolute, permanent, and final defeat of the Republican Party. At one point, this view was convincing to many old guard members. The dissolution of the USSR and the Socialist Bloc demoralized them. The very purpose of the party was no longer clear to them. All they could do is observe a continued political relevance of the conflict between the Democratic and Republican parties, which increasingly appeared as a conflict of interpretation over the legacy of the Civil Rights Act, wedge issues like affirmative action, abortion, gay marriage, etc. Economic questions, where they were not fully marginalized, were reduced to questions over the conservation of old institutions, welfare, legacy unions aligned with Democrats politically, etc. But they were never brought to the fore in a new and unique way. Neoliberalism was the guiding outlook of both the Democrats and Republicans. In any case, no drastic procedures to usurp party democratic centralism were necessary. The view was not contentious enough to warrant that. Communism was becoming totally out of style. At best, the remaining true believers thought that maybe, sometime in the future, it will be relevant again. But in the meantime, they must ensure a total defeat of the Republican Party, whose agenda will certainly make this outcome less likely. This was their reasoning in the past. But never in the history of the party has it become as contentious as it has recently. This is the product of three major factors, which will be ranked in order. 1. Joe Biden's culpability in the ongoing genocide in Gaza, which has shocked the international community and has led even major institutions of democratic civil society to turn on him. 2. The launch of the CPUSA 2036 initiative in 2021, which has led to my followers flooding the party while concealing their views to prevent expulsion, on the basis of InfraRed's new interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, hoping to restore the party to its former glory by pursuing political independence. Number 3, the rise of a new generation of pan-leftists, or red liberals, red libs, or adolescent ex-Democrats who reject supporting Democrats on purely emotional grounds. So to put things into perspective, this weekend's 32nd National Convention of the Communist Party was a referendum on the CPUSA's continued support for Democrats. The CPUSA has national conventions every 4 years. These conventions establish procedures for democratically electing leadership and the future direction of the party. The only major issue in contention for this national convention was about whether or not the CPUSA should continue to support Democrats. There were no other major issues that were in contention. There is no point in having elections just out of procedural formalism. The point of democratic centralism is to be a mechanism for resolving disputes, disagreements, and contentions within the party. The reason why I told my followers to join the CPUSA is because having disagreements with the ideological, strategic, or even programmatic line with the party is not sufficient grounds for abandoning it. As Stalin pointed out, the communist way is to submit to the will of the majority of the party, however erroneous it may be regarded by you individually. The point is that through internal discussions and dialogue, you may have an opportunity to argue on behalf of the correctness of your position in order to persuade others and ultimately change the party line. This is the point of democratic centralism, to make the party as an institution responsive to changes and nuances concerning the will of the majority, while simultaneously enforcing submission to the outcome of that will. So even when the party decided to undemocratically and unconstitutionally pursue a policy of trying to ban members affiliated with InfraRed, I continued to tell my followers to hold out, to stay in the party and follow its rules and procedures and conceal their views. The position taken on by the leadership was irrational, egged on by certain suspicious personalities with apparent connections to U.S. intelligence agencies. The best hope for restoring sanity in the party would be in the 32nd convention, where members would have an opportunity to discuss and vote on changes in the party. For InfraRed, the primary contradiction in the CPA was not about its stance on me personally, on woke culture, or MAGA communism. The primary contradiction was about its continued support for the Democratic Party, which was the root cause of all its other errors. The red libs, who joined the party in large numbers purely to wreck the 2036 initiative, also claimed to reject the CPUSA's subservience to the Democrats, but in practice, they did nothing to challenge it. Those that sincerely took issue with it lacked the discipline to articulate their stance through party procedure and were quickly expelled. The rest took the craven position of focusing on purging and rooting out my followers. They failed to identify the overwhelming majority who still remain in the party and a huge portion of which remain present at the convention as delegates as of this writing. Rather than form a united front with us to disentangle the party from Democrats, they decided that PATSOK ideology, a term they made up themselves, was the primary contradiction and not the concrete subservience of the Communist Party to Democrats. But everything changed after the Zionist genocide in Gaza. This genocide has made even the most ardent liberals hostile to the Biden administration and the overall tendency of the Democratic Party. It finally provoked some of the red libs to have the courage to finally challenge the party line on support for the Democrats, such that by the time of this weekend's convention, delegates could be divided into three camps. 1, pro-Democrat Joe Sims sycophants. 2, followers of infrared and Midwestern Marx, anti-Democrat. 3, red libs, anti-Democrat. So, what happened? On Friday, the convention rules and the presiding committee were presented. According to the CPUSA Constitution, the rules for the convention are to be adopted democratically. Any dissent with these rules while being presented requires that they be discussed openly. According to the rules for the 32nd convention, votes would not be counted. Instead, they are to be arbitrarily decided by a vocal vote of yeas or nays. If the decision by vote appeared to be split audibly, it would be taken to the National Committee to decide. Only, the National Committee is more or less handpicked by the Sims clique themselves through the slate system, meaning that whatever decision they arrive at reflects the authors of the resolution. It's just a roundabout way to pass the resolution without having to secure a majority. Someone made a clear objection to these rules. They were completely ignored, in total violation of the CPUSA Constitution. It was clear to everyone that day that this convention was a referendum on Democrats. Nearly all the discussions had and speeches presented were tightly controlled by leadership to argue that the MAGA fascist threat was existential, that defeating it was of paramount importance, and that this was only possible by following the Democratic Party. It was the constant and recurring theme of the entire convention. The leadership knew it was the only really contentious and decisive issue, and went out of their way to make sure that those who disagreed with them would not have a voice. They went out of their way to establish undemocratic convention procedures, which ensured that they were guaranteed to prevail on the most decisive issue without any democratic legitimation. The second day, or Saturday, was also primarily devoted to pro-Democrat evangelizing. But wait until you hear about this utter tomfoolery. For all other resolutions, panels were held comprising not less than 10 people, each of whom spoke for no more than 3 minutes and left the remaining time for the floor. These were nothing burger resolutions, just procedural formalisms, with the exception of the resolution on Palestine. So the most time and discussion was permitted for those issues for which democracy was superfluous. There was no sufficient contention to even require voting. But for the panel on the one resolution that actually mattered the most, and which was the most contentious, Resolution 5, the presiding committee violated all precedent and cut speaking times from 3 to 2 minutes. So they violated the very conventional procedures that were already adopted unconstitutionally to begin with. Of the 51 people who chose to sign up, 4 were selected to speak. Now, get a load of this. All 4 of these panel members were pro-Democrat and were deliberately chosen on that basis. It is even said that some of them did not even sign up to speak, but were simply called by name by the presiding committee. The panel discussion began at 2:44 p.m., ended at 3:09 p.m. So after panicking and shortening the length of panel speakers, the leadership ensured that the 4 speakers were pro-Democrat so as to not take any risks, and allowed them to speak at length, gibbering about the need to support the Democratic Party and Joe Biden to defeat the MAGA fascist threat. This panel was in fact longer than all others, and it was not a panel at all, but a Democrat glazing circle jerk. The discussion was given to the floor at 3:20 p.m. The discussion was promptly put to an end at 3:25 p.m. For a grand total of 5 minutes, this charade of a panel could be challenged. Note that voting would begin 7 minutes later at 3:32 p.m. It's unbelievable. They took 30 minutes away from the floor after the panelists took up a bunch of time under the pretext of allowing time for dinner. The only problem? The party didn't even provide dinner. Such cynical nonsense. Saturday was filled with nothing but stalling to totally minimize discussion on Resolution 5. Again, this was the only resolution, the one to decide the party's future relationship with Democrats. That mattered. Voting was imminent. A motion was called for the vote for Resolution 5 to take place by secret ballot. Everyone knew that anyone identified who voted against it would be identified as an enemy of the Sims clique and their prospects for future leadership destroyed. Motion was ignored. A motion was called to actually count the yeas and nays on Resolution 5. It was ignored. Finally, the big vote. Note that all the newer clubs known to be anti-Democrat were placed all the way in the back where they would be less audible, while pro-Democrat established clubs were placed in the front. Predictably, the results were unclear. The room was clearly divided between pro-leadership sycophants and anti-Democrats. But the votes weren't counted. My own followers plus the Red Libs formed the majority of delegates. Obviously, the sycophants were sizable. Most people do not have the discipline to even stay in the party. Additionally, some Red Libs themselves are sycophants, talking about game on Twitter, but bowing before the old guard leadership because they have too much social anxiety to stand up for what they claim to believe. To be fair, the establishment exerts a great deal of pressure to fall in line on this issue. But most Red Libs do not have the integrity or courage to stand on business when push comes to shove. But it is clear that there was a strong possibility that the majority voted against Resolution 5. The lack of being able to count the votes meant it was unclear. And the unconstitutionally adopted convention rules established that in the absence of clarity, the resolution would be decided by the National Committee, meaning it would pass against the will of the majority. And the best part? The National Committee is more or less handpicked by the leadership. A nomination committee appointed by the existing NC nominates 88 names. Delegates have an opportunity to nominate others on the floor, but not enough time. Delegates decide via a checklist which names they want to be part of the National Committee and need to choose a minimum of around 70. There is very little room for actually voting here. At best, delegates can challenge 10 or so people nominated. The rest are guaranteed to be part of the National Committee. In this case, only one delegate from the floor was elected. Formally, the process of nominating the National Committee is supposed to be based on recommendations by local chapters and clubs. But in reality, all of them were handpicked on the basis of being pro-Democrat. On Sunday, or the final day, the National Committee, handpicked by the Sims clique in the first place, was sworn into office, and they unanimously decided to re-elect Joe Sims as party chair. The entire purport of the Sims clique craven policy to submit to Democrats is based on defending democracy. But to defend democracy, they must in fact suspend any trace of democracy in the actual party itself. It reminds me of how Democrats themselves actively seek to destroy our civil liberties in the name of protecting democracy. Make no mistake. The events of this weekend prove without any doubt that a coup has taken place in the party. The leadership has engaged in shady practices for a long time, but never have they been so explicit in suspending democratic centralism completely as in the 32nd Convention. The one issue for which democracy mattered was imposed upon the entire party without any semblance of democracy. The newer clubs, both PATSOCs, made-up term BW, and Red Libs alike, simply do not have representation. The perspective of the younger generation has been completely suppressed without any possibility of discussion. It is one thing to insist upon the wisdom of leadership, but dissenting views were simply not given a platform in the only convention in which they are promised to have the opportunity to. The fascistic behavior of the Sims clique violates all the traditions of the party. It is an insult to the honor and legacy of the party, not just in terms of the content of the positions, which is nothing new, but for the first time in terms of the form itself. The sacred protocols of party procedure and decision-making have been defiled and effaced. The great Foster turns in his grave in this unprecedented usurpation of party authority, all for the sake of enabling genocide Joe Biden. Before, One could say that they oppose the CPUSA line ideologically and strategically, but now the party itself has been usurped in a coup. This is not about one's opinion or ideology anymore. It is about the integrity of democratic centralism and the party as a formal organ of power itself. The Constitution has been burned and the party is now formally occupied. They have simply rigged the convention, and their actions will not go unanswered. There will be consequences. For now, my followers remain entrenched in the party, awaiting their orders. Shame on all those who have allowed it to get to this point. History will not look upon the enablers of the Gaza genocide kindly. I find it difficult to see how the imagined fascism Joe Sims uses as a pretext to, in all but name, liquidate the party could be worse than what is happening to children in Gaza. History will not look upon those who sold out the only party of the working class to the Democratic Party at a time in which they help oversee the murder of over 30,000 civilians. June 11th, on Lenin and Hitler, Lenin canceled all foreign debt on day one. Hitler continued paying interest to international bankers even during the war. Lenin took on the armies of every world power immediately after taking power. Hitler rose to power unchallenged, except by communists. Lenin immediately seized all the banks, infrastructure, and factories from oligarchic elites. Hitler did not dare challenge the monopoly capitalists. Lenin immediately gave land to the peasants. Hitler stole land to give to the big landowning elites. Lenin led a revolution that turned Russia into a global superpower, which it remains to this day. Hitler led Germany to ruin and national humiliation, leading it to be divided and occupied by America, which it remains to this day. Lenin defeated the armies of several global empires by inspiring unshakable faith, resolve, and conviction in the people. Hitler fought one war and lost, was barely attacked by the British and French in a literal phony war, only suffered crushing defeat at the hands of the Soviets. Lenin armed Muslims around the world to rise against colonialism, called for a global jihad against the international bankers. Hitler defended and admired colonialism, considered non-Aryans to be subhuman. Lenin inspired the people of the world to free themselves from colonial slavery. Hitler wanted to divide the world with Britain. Lenin fiercely opposed Zionism. Hitler helped Israel's creation. It's clear why they don't teach you about Lenin, but everyone knows about Hitler. It's because Lenin was an actual threat to the powers that be. June 12th, the constant fixation on October 7th by pro-Israel propaganda reveals the fundamental pathology of Zionist ideology. They continue to emphasize the supposed atrocities committed by Hamas while committing atrocities that are worse by overwhelming magnitudes in real time. On the altar of October 7th, the Palestinian people must be indefinitely punished and sacrificed. This also represents the relationship between Zionism and the post-war liberal world order. Zionism constantly uses the actions of Hitler to justify itself, interpreting never again to mean they can act with impunity to anyone they want, including Palestinians who had no part in the Holocaust. On the altar of Hitler's crimes, the Palestinians are sacrificed. They constantly emphasize these events in the past, while engaging in the very crimes themselves in the present and in real time. What counts is not just what happened in the past. What counts is also how you respond to reality in the present, inclusive of how it has been shaped by that past. If Zionists were so concerned about the evils of Nazism, why did they put themselves in the service of NATO? NATO, which incorporated high-ranking Nazi officials. It was the West which upheld Hitler's legacy concretely. It was in West Germany that former high-ranking Nazi officials were given important posts in government. It was the capitalists and monopolists who backed Hitler that faced no trials and no justice, who continued to occupy power well after their fascist gambit was defeated. The Zionists ignored the living legacy of Nazism and have no problem with it. It's the dead memory they employ and use as a cudgel with which to beat the Palestinian people. This is why the pathology of Zionism is all pervasive to liberalism, even beyond Israel. Our liberal opponents, like Yanis Varoufakis, accuse us of being fascists, all while supporting the arming of actual fascists, actual groups who share a concrete lineage with actual historical Nazism in Ukraine. June 21st, Communism and Religion, a Historical Misunderstanding. Communism and Religion, Explained. Many people believe that communists are against religion. The truth is that this is the result of a deep historical misunderstanding. With the rise of capitalism, religious authorities became corrupt and bribed by the elites. Oppression, slavery, theft, and the destruction of the people's dignity were all justified in the name of religion. Religious philosophers claimed that all the injustices in the world were God's will, and that people should wait for justice only in the afterlife. Naturally, this made communist thinkers hostile to religious ideology. But historical experience showed that the true source of religious faith was not in the philosophers or institutions, but the masses. It was the common people who were the living source of religious belief. In the past, Marxists believed that this was only their way to escape the problems of the real world. The truth is that it was actually the living flame of religion that allowed the masses to comprehend the problems of the real world in the first place. The traditions, morals, and belief maintained by the living existence of the common people of a fundamental and absolute truth before which all mankind is equal. Not the dead thoughts of religious philosophers, but the fire of real belief. It was religion which helped rouse the Russian people to reclaim their land against the corrupt Romanovs, and which mobilized them to defend their motherland against the German invaders. It was religion which compelled and which continues to compel the masses in Latin America to fight for their liberation. It was religion which inspired the Iranian masses to rise to the stage of history in 1979. It was religion which, to this day, inspires the main forces of resistance against Zionist aggression. Marxism is based on a sober appraisal of facts. The notion that religion serves to pacify the masses has been proven false by history. Communists around the world are aware of this fact, and we are entering an era of a new alliance between communists and believers. Communists aspire to be the foremost defenders of the sacred historical existence of mankind. They reject all varieties of nihilism and liquidationism. The religious sensibilities of the masses go far deeper than the reductions of the various philosophers and institutions. Communist initiative must be united with the living flame of authentic religious belief. The source of the communist outlook has its fundamental roots in the tradition of the prophets within mankind's great religions. Already Engels was aware of this fact when he studied the roots of Christianity. What communists reject is sectarianism and the reduction of religious faith to sterile, philosophical, and ideological forms. Those are satanic subversions and perversions of genuine religious belief. They represent the triumph of paganism over religion. They are contrary to the tradition of the prophets, which was a revolutionary tradition. The prophets brought a message to the world which united the people of mankind against the illegitimate reign of corrupt rulers. They restored justice and meaning to the world after it had been lost. They stood in the face of the world's most powerful institutions and had the courage to defy them. Why? Because they had a message so powerful that sooner or later rallied the masses of common people to their side. They gave strength, power, authority, and dignity to the weak, oppressed, and the downtrodden. They were the communists before there was even a word for it. June 24th, on American politics. When it comes to American politics, foreign policy is the only thing that matters. Why? Because our government is occupied. Your position on foreign policy determines your position on the same imperialist hegemony that occupies our government. On the one hand, we have the theme park we call democracy, where we vote in elections to choose our leaders. On the other hand, we have the real world, where a shadow dictatorship employs all institutions of civil society, mass media, international NGOs, intelligence agencies, and the military to rule both America and the world. This shadow dictatorship is based in an international financial oligarchy. It finances its operations not only with our taxes, but with drug and blood money laundered through offshore banks. They are unelected and act outside any enumerated powers in the U.S. Constitution. Foreign policy isn't just about foreign policy. It's a proxy for the interests of the imperialist dictatorship. First of all, we are occupied. That is the primary contradiction. Political policy does not matter. Sovereignty does. When the people have sovereignty, they can choose whatever policies they want. You don't have sovereignty. So why argue over the policies of a government that doesn't even represent you like a fool? June 29th, Trump and Biden, America's power vacuum. At the moment, America is not faced with a choice of government. It is faced with a power vacuum. As we enter a new chapter of both American and world history, nothing has been able to emerge which can respond to the challenges of the new era, and thus constitute itself as an authentic form of political authority. No real political leadership exists in this country which can be considered legitimate from the historical perspective, from the perspective of irreversible historical changes. COVID marked an abrupt revolution in culture, economics, civilization, and politics that has been brewing for a very long time. The rise of new relations of production based on new technologies and forms of social organization has been the chief factor behind the crisis, political, economic, and civilizational, facing the United States. COVID accelerated the global transition to a multipolar world order, incentivizing the increased regionalization of global trade systems. It led to the forceful universal incorporation of information-based technologies into the fabric of nearly all aspects of daily life, which even today remain fundamental features of civilization. The political consolidation and control of supply chains, the supplanting of unilateral economic policy with bilateral trade agreements, and the widespread adoption of increasingly aggressive tech-based industrial policy are all features of new economic systems being born on a worldwide scale. Finally, Russia inaugurated the first geopolitical revolution of the post-COVID era with the special military operation in Ukraine. A second front of this same revolution opened up in occupied Palestine. The breakdown of the world capitalist order marked by COVID also led to a worldwide open rebellion against American hegemony. Hence, we are not living in the same world as the one that existed when Trump took office, or left it for that matter. In America, runaway inflation has become normalized. The population, and not just the government, is faced with insurmountable debts. Every form of financial rent, housing, electricity, gas, interest, etc., has skyrocketed. Disarray in global supply chains had led to severe disruptions and shortages of basic goods. How are Americans getting along? Just barely, while enslaved by debt which cannot be paid off even in a dozen lifetimes. All of America's public systems and institutions are barely operable. The American state has simply not kept pace with the world historical changes, is in every regard outdated. It has not adapted to the new facts of civilization. It has lost the mandate of heaven, not only geopolitically, but domestically. Biden is the only leader who is truly worthy of the American regime. He represents its fundamental obliviousness, cluelessness, and senility to the new era of history. During the debate, his waffling about how there isn't a single leader who wouldn't trade places with him, and about how America is stronger and thriving better than at any point in history, is a perfect example of this terminal cluelessness. Is Biden a bad, weak, and ineffective leader? He is only as bad, weak, and ineffective as the rotten American regime itself. The number one illusion we as Americans face is the idea that the crisis is simply a problem of leadership. This illusion is exactly what defines Trump's current political existence. What Trump is promising is the ability to return to the pre-COVID world. His promise is a lie. That world is gone and is never going to come back. All of the chaos, turmoil, and madness of the Biden presidency is the result of objective historical changes both on the national and world scale. It has nothing to do with his leadership qualities or lack thereof. Tell me, are you children? Do you seriously believe the American president can control the destiny of the nation? Good leadership is defined by responsiveness to the objective reality of one's country and people. I have no reason to believe that Trump has a better pulse on the state of the world, America, and history than Biden does. They are both equally out of touch, notwithstanding Biden's severe medical condition. They both represent perspectives which are equally out of touch, equally diluted, and equally unresponsive to the new era. What were Trump's major decisions? Killing Soleimani? But that wasn't his decision. It was Sheldon Adelson's. Trump's historical significance had nothing to do with his decisiveness. It had everything to do with what his partially accidental electoral victory represented, a new chapter of American history and politics. What the political ascendancy of Trump anticipated was the COVID revolution itself, and in a way Trump himself was totally clueless about. The MAGA movement anticipated the political consolidation of supply chains, sovereign industrial policy, and a new digital form of illiberal popular sovereignty. Its historical significance is nearing completion, as it already increasingly defines the norm of American politics. Now we're faced with a different problem, which is a crisis of leadership, or the lack thereof. We are faced with a power vacuum. In light of a new age of technology, in light of the enduring legacy of the financial crisis of 2008, in light of multipolarity, in light of COVID, and in light of MAGA itself, every established form of political authority in America has broken down. There is no real legitimate state anymore. No one respects it. No one believes in it. This was even evident in the riots of 2020, where the first casualty of the breakdown of the state was police authority. Biden and Trump do not represent distinct political choices. Trump represents the false illusion of returning to pre-COVID America. If he is elected as president, do not expect him to act as a leader. We will see the same senility Biden has take a new form, with deranged Republican freaks bordering on mental retardation race to a frenzy in trying to implement their various creative and avant-garde foreign policy agendas. Instead of scary drag queens being invited to the White House, Drag Queen Story Hour will be implemented on a planetary scale in the form of Lindsey Graham's warped, twisted, and deranged agenda of military aggression. I see no reason to assume Trump will implement a policy of isolationism. We live in a different world than the one he is used to. He will realize very quickly that he will not be able to reign in Putin. He will not be able to assert himself as the boss of the world. With plenty of neocon warhawks whispering in his ear, it's not a stretch to imagine that this will make World War just as likely as under Biden. This is not to suggest Biden is better. The point is that between Biden and Trump, the same outcome is unavoidable. I doubt anyone cares about the 2024 elections. What everyone cares about is the specific way the US is going to collapse, which is what everyone secretly wants anyway. Only in the context of this chaos will real politics, the struggle for power, once again be possible. What the American people want is not Biden or Trump. What they want is for the state to officially collapse. This will be the only thing that will justify America's current political madness, as the only rational conclusion it has been building towards. History will give the American people exactly what they want. Afterwards, the only hope for America is communism, the rise of political leadership based on an awareness of and responsiveness to the objective laws of history. July 1st, Joe Sims pro-Zionist crackdown silencing dissent in the Communist Party USA. Joe Sims has launched a pro-Zionist crackdown on Communist Party clubs and members. In the aftermath of Joe Sims's coup of the Communist Party USA during the recent 32nd National Convention, the party rank and file has begun to voice severe concerns over the Sims clique's unprecedented seizure of power. Never in the history of the party has an issue so contentious and divisive been so forcefully imposed on the party without any room for dissent or discussion whatsoever. The Sims' clique made it clear that support for genocide Joe Biden and the Democrats is an absolutely non-negotiable position, and one that is not accountable to the legitimate organs of party power. It is rather a line imposed and enforced by a shadowy and illegitimate clique, whose personal, financial, and institutional ties compel it to circumvent all legitimate procedures of party authority. It is as though Joe Sims and his motley clique of liberal frauds are pretending to have arrived at a new synthesis of Marxism-Leninism, where Joe Biden and the Democratic Party take their place as the sixth head. They believe that supporting the Democrats is a fundamental non-negotiable principle of Marxism-Leninism itself that is simply beyond debate. But if it were not bad enough that pro-Zionist Resolution 5 can be passed without any democratic legitimation, Joe Sims and his clique are, in yet another circumvention of the CPUSA's constitution, rendering all dissenting voices illegal. As of this writing, dozens of individuals and clubs have been unconstitutionally and arbitrarily expelled and dissolved. For what crime, you might ask? On Sunday, 6/16, California's Ventura Club formalized a petition calling for a special national convention in keeping with Article 6, Section 4 of the CPUSA Constitution to reopen democratic discussion on Resolution 5. In other words, to allow for discussion on whether or not the party should continue to support Democrats and genocide Joe Biden, a discussion which the leadership unconstitutionally prevented at the National Convention. Here is an excerpt from the petition. We make these calls not in the spirit of antagonism, but in the spirit of camaraderie and democracy, so that all members may be heard and that our leaders can make a good decision on this issue of vital importance to our party, the country, and the world. With the ongoing genocide in Gaza at the hands of the fascistic Netanyahu government, with military, diplomatic, and financial support from the Biden administration, it is reasonable that many comrades disagree with the party's position on supporting the Democratic Party. These comrades expected that such disagreements would be voiced in an open environment for a fully necessary amount of time at the National Convention in the spirit of democratic centralism. This was a reasonable expectation for comrades to have. As of this writing, the petition has gained dozens of signatories from both clubs and members alike. How did the leadership respond? They began by falsely accusing the petition of being factionalist, and thus in breach of the CPUSA's constitution. They made this claim in reference to a rule, which is nowhere to be found in the Constitution, according to which clubs are not allowed to communicate or coordinate with each other. This rule is an entirely made-up ad hoc pretense whose power is based in the Sims clique's illegal coup rather than any legitimate organs of party authority. Next, they arbitrarily and unconstitutionally dissolved, without trial or process, the Connecticut Stores Club for having signed on to the petition as a blatant fascistic act of intimidation to ward off any other clubs from signing. These scoundrels then, in keeping with their overall low morals and character, blatantly lied and claimed members of the Stores Club confessed to having taken orders outside the party and resigned by their own accord. They did this because they know that dissolving the club was completely unconstitutional. On that same day, Joe sent an email to all National Committee members warning of the petition and began to alert district officials who presided over the signatory clubs to take punitive action against them. This act alone violates Article 2, Section 1, Article 4, Section 1, Article 7, Section 1 of the CPUSA's own constitution. District officials across the country, beginning with Southern California, began unconstitutionally authorizing clubs to remove and expel any members circulating the petition. And despite these sheer acts of intimidation and browbeating, the petition continued to gain traction, igniting enthusiasm, discussion, and debate on a nationwide scale throughout all the clubs of the party. The CPUSA rank and file are weary of the Sims clique's Democrat dictatorship, weary of their lies and hypocrisy, weary of their blatant revision and effacement of the good name of the party. The Communist Party is not a faction of the Democratic Party. It is a communist party. It has its own independent mission to uphold and raise to the status of political supremacy the interests of the American working class. Amidst the rising momentum calling for a restoration of constitutional order, all manner of wickedness, trickery, abuse of authority, and outright deception was employed by the Sims clique and its institutionally embedded servants. These, which have all been documented and recorded, will be given far greater detail later. Party members across the nation generating discussion about the petition found themselves arbitrarily removed from party communications and expelled from clubs in mass numbers, awaiting trial. The Sims clique began to disseminate the ridiculous rumor, according to which an alliance of MAGA communists and Maoists conspired to disseminate the petition, with the goal of immobilizing the party from doing important work. Just what work they are referring to remains beyond our comprehension. We have seen the results of their work. They simply disgrace themselves. You see, the Democrats do not even want the CPUSA's support. Kamala Harris herself even sent an email to CPUSA's leaders telling them to stop trying to associate themselves with her. They have yielded zero results, even on their own terms. All they have done is disgrace and discredit themselves before history as so-called communists. Moreover, these accusations are not even worth responding to. Why? Because they were made without a shred of evidence. There is no proof for them. Therefore, they are illegitimate grounds to make the accusation of factionalism or outside organizing. Joe Sims himself, hilariously, made the claim that a security guard at the National Convention personally witnessed a delegate text message has, or me. This is because he was shocked at how detailed and accurate my report was, and had to make up a story in his head about how I could have received that information. If he is so curious, not only did I get my information from dozens of different delegates, several of the new members of the National Committee are themselves aligned with myself, infrared and Midwestern marks. Of course, absolutely none of my supporters voice their actual views or talk about MAGA communism. Thus, it should be assumed that anyone accused of being a secret MAGA communist is innocent, since no actual infrared supporter would ever get caught disclosing such views, as I instructed them to keep silent on them. There is nothing unconstitutional, factionalist, or illegitimate about this petition. The brave members of the CPUSA speaking out against the illegitimate and Zionist leadership have the full support and sympathy of the freedom-loving peoples of the entire world and all independent-minded, honorable Americans. Note that the party leadership is going to the extreme lengths that it is to contain this position, all to ensure continued support for America's most unpopular president in history, genocide Joe Biden. In order to beat honest communists into submission and force them to sign off on the murder of over 30,000 civilians in Gaza. Joe Sims may claim that he opposes Israel's actions all he wants, but Joe Biden, even to the shock of the international community, bears the greatest responsibility for the Zionist atrocities. He is arming them every minute of every day. Every bomb that drops on Gaza is directly linked with the actions of the same criminal U.S. regime. Joe Sims insists the Communist Party disgrace itself into giving its express consent to, all in the name of combating the MAGA fascist threat. In fact, it is Joe Sims and his unaccountable clique that are behaving like fascists, browbeating the rank and file for the crime of simply requesting permission for more democratic discussion. Imagine that. The petitioners are not even voicing their opinions on the matter. They are requesting the leadership allow more discussion on the matter, and it is on this basis that they are being silenced, defamed, maligned, and expelled in mass numbers, not for speaking, but for creating a petition requesting permission to. July 7th, on the surge of Nazi revisionism on X, Nazi ideology was crafted to hype Germans into waging a suicidal war in order to deliver Germany up on a plate to Anglo-Saxon banking cartels. Remember, before WW I, Germany was a major industrial power that was considered a rival to Britain and France. The capitalists were terrified of the possibility that Germany would become communist, or at minimum, enter into an alliance with the Soviet Union. This would have liberated Germany from both the Treaty of Versailles and its massive foreign debts. Remember, the Bolsheviks were the first in history to totally cancel all sovereign debt overnight, leading to the country being immediately invaded by every major power on Earth. The capitalist elites couldn't let this happen in Germany too. They propped up Hitler and turbocharged German rearmament. The goal was to loot Central and Eastern Europe of all its gold and wealth, so that it could be funneled into offshore banks outside the sovereignty of any government. After WW1 and the collapse of the German and Habsburg empires, the global capitalist class wanted to loot all its former wealth to raise as capital and bail it out of economic crisis. They also needed to find a way to destroy the Soviet Union, but faced too much internal pressure from the labor, socialist, and communist movements. Remember that it was the British labor movement that forced Britain to withdraw from Russia in the 1920s. They didn't have sufficient pretext to violate its treaties with Central Eastern European countries and destroy the Soviets themselves. They let Hitler invade Czechoslovakia, and British banks willingly facilitated the transfer of all the looted Czech gold into Switzerland. When Hitler marched for Poland, the long-term goal also being the destruction of the USSR, it sparked a literal phony war, which conveniently wasn't fought on land, and no Eastern Front was opened. Hitler himself had multiple opportunities to launch a successful ground invasion of Britain. He refused to. The phony war was phony. While keeping up this charade, the Germans were marching throughout all Eastern Europe and stealing everything to transfer to shadow banking networks. One big gold heist. The other allies barely supported the Soviet Union. The minuscule aid from Lend-Lease only arrived after Stalingrad. It was a tiny fraction of total Soviet production. They never even entertained opening a Western front until the Soviets were going to take all of Berlin. Stalin kept asking them to. They refused. Why? Because they were banking on the Nazis winning. Only the biggest part of the plan, destroying the Soviet Union, failed. Hence NATO was created and the Cold War. Hence the West's continued aggression against Russia to this day. Yes, the liberal EU is the direct descendant of the Nazis. The ideological differences are a sham. It was never about ideology. It was about duping Germans into war. East Germany was the sole last protector of German honor and dignity. To the fools duped by neo-Nazi ideology, I know the truth hurts. I will debate any of you and any of your leaders and easily bring receipts proving all of this. But none of your so-called leaders will debate me. There's a reason for that. They'd easily get wiped. You can share all the fake quotes, fake statistics, and stupid little memes meant for the mentally disabled all you want. You cannot wish your delusions into reality. No matter how much you bark, whine, and cry, facts are stubborn things. No amount of fabricated memes will change it. I hope it doesn't have to get to the point where you are forced to face the conclusions of your idiotic neo-Nazism in the same way the Germans were. At the moment, you are being duped and groomed into an ideology which will be used to trick you into supporting NATO's plans for a new world war. Ask yourself, why do your leaders run from me? Because they are duping you. I'm not going anywhere, and I will never stop spreading the truth. Certainly. Here's the text you provided. July 7th, France's pan-leftist victory, a reality check. It is tempting to gloat over the defeat of the far right, especially given how loud these morons have been on social media. But to be clear, the recent results in France amount to little more than a resolute victory for the center. What has happened is that left-wing parties have mobilized to sheepdog their constituency to the arms of neoliberal center, similar to Bernie Sanders and Syriza. First off, let's have a clear understanding of what the New Popular Front actually is. In no way is it a popular front. A popular front is a coalition formed around a concrete strategy and position, not vague ideological affinity. European popular fronts in the 1930s were based on a concrete anti-fascism centered around resisting militarism and imperialism. Today's Palestinian resistance is a popular front coalition based on resisting occupation. What unites the New Popular Front? Nothing, besides blocking victory for the anti-immigrant right. And they offer no positive alternative to the right except a continuation of the status quo. Practically speaking, it's the same as vote blue no matter who. It's just that because of the nature of French politics, overtly entering into an alliance with the center is unthinkable for left parties. There is still somewhat a French left rooted in an opposition to neoliberal economics. To be clear, the New Popular Front seeks to increase military aid to Ukraine, condemns Hamas and equates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. It differs from the center only vaguely in terms of economic policy. This is actually the definition of social chauvinism and social patriotism, which historically illiterate idiot leftists confuse with being vaguely culturally conservative. It is opportunist alignment with imperialism while advocating for social policies at home. To even call it marginally more pro-Palestinian is misleading. Mélenchon is vaguely pro-Palestinian, although how much of that is based on him pandering to his migrant voter base is unclear. To be clear, there is almost no chance Mélenchon will be appointed prime minister in the coming weeks. I would guess that will go to the Socialist Party or some other neoliberal. There is no way the New Popular Front will be able to govern in parliament without Mélenchon fully selling out to the center through the Socialist Party. The leaders of the NFP made it clear Mélenchon will not be prime minister. By the way, one of the main figures in the NFP is suspected CIA asset Raphael Glucksmann, a man involved in organizing color revolutions in Ukraine and Georgia, who supports Taiwan separatism and libelously propagates Uyghur genocide accusations toward China. Immigration policy is not what defines fascism. Imperialism and militarism are. Tell me, what exactly is anti-fascist about this popular front when it is overwhelmingly aligned with the NATO agenda? We already know that pan-leftist coalitions can lead to electoral victories. The last such example was Syriza in Greece. But time and time again, we see the same result, selling out the left on a platter to the agenda of the neoliberal center. Why? Because these coalitions aren't rooted in class politics or even a consistent anti-hegemony position. They are rooted in vague historical ideological affiliation. Tell me, how is that a reliable basis for exercising political power, even in a parliament? The New Popular Front is nothing but a scam based around fear of the right. Its victory wouldn't have been possible without collusion with Macron, who ensured over 200 candidates dropped out to guarantee the defeat of the right. And what will we end with? A stronger center, a tamed left, and a far right monopolizing the position of a principled opposition. How do you imagine that sets things up for 2027? The left will catch windfall for the center's continued failure to address widespread discontent. July 11th, who really holds power? The war defining modern capitalist history is that between financial oligarchies and real authority drawn from the people. In order to rule, oligarchs have to disguise their private interests in the form of a popular sovereignty, in the form of democracy, and, in the case of fascism, National Socialism. Political authority by nature is communist. The first forms of this authority, preceding the Athenian state, arose during the Bronze Age and were founded upon debt relief and land reform. Kings ruled not as in feudal Europe, where they're protected landowners and barons, but as leaders of the whole people, similar to today's Xi Jinping. Land was owned in common, and the institution of private property formed later during the rise of classical Greece, where oligarchs robbed people of their land through usury and ruled states as a collection of private interests. A few bloodsuckers usurped political authority to protect their institutionalized robbery of the masses. Genuine authority draws its power from the people themselves as the concrete representative of the objective common reality they hold in common. But in order to usurp this authority to enforce their private interests, oligarchs have to disguise themselves as representatives of the people and their common history. They rule by deception through smoke and mirrors, distorting and obscuring the objective reality of power so that they can rule unseen. Communist states openly avow themselves as proletarian dictatorships, whereas capitalist countries disguise their oligarchical dictatorships as open democracies. Followers of rightist ideas are not satisfied with this explanation. They ask, who are the oligarchs? They imply the oligarchs are in fact Jews, perpetuating some ethnic self-interest or religious subversion. They imply our analysis is missing content, for the only content of power they recognize is ethnic self-interest. Factually speaking, it's incorrect. The financial oligarchies that rule the West have very old dynastic bloodlines that can be traced at minimum to the Renaissance era. All manner of secret societies, occult orders, mercantile dynasties, and heretical sects formed during that era whose legacy upon today's elites is immeasurable. And these are almost entirely not Jews but Gentiles. But it doesn't matter. Say, for purposes of argumentation, we accepted the delusion that the oligarchy is primarily Jewish. It is already an error to address this oligarchy on its own terms and according to the parochial logic by which it conceives itself. It is wrong to concede to the elites whatever superstitious, occult, or ethnic self-interest, as the JQers suggest, they regard as the content of their power. By doing this, you cannot challenge their power. Rather, you are conceding it to them. You are conflating the narrow terms by which they articulate their own private interest as real power. But it isn't real power. Real power lies with the authority of the people. This is what communists elect to recognize instead of meandering in nihilist, defeatist conspiracism. Communists address the oligarchical elites only on the terms by which they will be overthrown. We do not call them the Jews, and not only because it's factually wrong. We classify them according to the terms of a completely new form of authority and political power which we seek to ourselves wield. They are the capitalists, inasmuch as they will be trampled underfoot the victorious Communist Party. We do not recognize their power. There is no lizard power, or Illuminati power, or Jewish power. We define the content of power according to the authentic struggle by which it is seized. Even if this delusional notion were true, that Jews control everything to enforce ethnic or religious self-interest, This way of identifying power only implies establishing the rule of an alternative ethnic or religious self-interest. Jewish power for Catholic power, Jewish Zionism for white Zionism. The influencers of the far right openly admit this. We reject this folly, which, as the great Engels remarked, only betokens a retarded culture, which cannot move past the narrow, retarded terms of its own persecution. Communists understand the power structure according view so profound, so lofty, and so grand that the power structure itself cannot see it. The hill we stand on is higher than that of the capitalists. The capitalists see the world according to obscurantism, mysticism, occult nonsense, and gibber. We see it for what it actually is. We see the bigger picture where they are raving like madmen, plummeting society into insanity. We only accept communist power, that is to say, the power of the elites rests upon mass deception and isn't historically viable. Communism alone defines the substance of power. That is why the whole state and military apparatus of the elites was formed to fight communists. And the communist struggle never ended. The battle has waged on, only communists have forgotten how to fight back. All that is necessary is that they remember. Wake up and remember the war the forefathers of the working class fought and died for. The people are becoming sickened with poison, nihilism, and despair because they forgot this war, because the system is attacking every fiber of their being, and they lost the means to fight back. Racial cannibalism is the clearest symptom of this disease, as people begin to turn on each other, not knowing from which direction they are being attacked. The communist knows the direction. The Communist Party will point the way. August the 5th. What does it mean to be a communist? It means having the courage to recognize the fundamental truth held in common by society, however inconvenient to powers established. It means accepting the entire integrity of history itself and one's current place in it. It means picking up where past generations of revolutionaries left off, fighting for the cause of the people. It means defending the honor and dignity of working people on whose account all culture, civilization, and wealth is made possible. It means enforcing justice upon the corrupt and imposing humility upon the arrogant. It means fighting to unite your people against those who try and divide them by the debts of petty lineage, whether of race, tribe, or creed. It means to enrich your mind with the whole canon of art, literature, science, and culture produced by mankind's civilizations. It means fighting for the oppressed, the downtrodden, and exploited against the exploiters, bloodsuckers, and enemies of mankind. It means being a servant of the people, fighting for the prosperity and happiness of future generations. August 12th. China proves that communism works. Markets do not mean a country is capitalist. Markets have existed in every communist state on earth, including under Stalin. Right-wingers claim China's success is a result of capitalism. Yet if we implemented even 1% of China's policies here, they would rush to denounce it as communist. Deng Xiaoping's reforms did not introduce capitalism. They only gave China access to the world market, which was utilized in order to further communist goals. Even China's private sector isn't truly private. It is indirectly socialized by being incorporated in a larger scale form of planning. Common ownership can take on many forms, including forms of precise yet indirect control. The idea of communism being a failure was always a myth, even before Deng's reforms. You have to judge it according to the goals it was trying to fulfill. Before Deng, the goal was basic modernization and basic industrialization. This is called the primary stage of socialism, which is needed in underdeveloped backwater countries. This goal was fulfilled both in China and the Soviet Union. After Deng, the goal was advanced modernization in the information age and is a higher stage of socialism. This goal is successfully being fulfilled in China, but could not in the Soviet Union due to political factors. The next stage is dynamic economic planning based on AI, quantum computing, Internet of Things, 3D printing, and Web3 technology. America is already sufficiently developed for a quantum leap into this stage now. The American Communist Party will take it there. We must take back control of our industries and resources from parasitic monopolies, banksters, and multinational corporations. Repurpose our bloated military into a volunteer corps to build homes, infrastructure, and domestic industries. Instead of needlessly going to war with foreign countries, let's go to war on poverty, crumbling infrastructure, environmental degradation, and economic slavery instead. They tell us all of this is a pipe dream and a utopia. No, the idea that this country can somehow survive 30 trillion in debt and war with the rest of the planet is the true pipe dream. It's time for bold and powerful visions for the future of this country. The communists will lead the way. August 23rd, the Democratic Party are a fascist party in the literal sense. They represent the terroristic dictatorship of the financial class, and the regime structure they have built resembles fascist, militarist corporatism, subordinating various sectors of society around the unified consensus of monopoly capital and ultimately the military-industrial complex. The strange combination at the DNC between the supposed interests of labor, monopoly capital, and Kamala's aggressive militarist remarks all reflect the consolidation of an American fascist dictatorship. With control of the media, the alignment of most of Wall Street, and almost all major sections of civil society, it becomes clear they are the party of hegemony. Now, the anti-woke turn and the media's softness toward Donald Trump make sense. The goal was simply to get rid of Biden, not to prepare the presidency for Trump. The Republican Party, for its part, is a type of controlled opposition, representing all manner of freaks, quacks, and extremists, black sheep, who cannot align with the Democrat consensus for one reason or another. It represents a false opposing flank. Lindsey Graham's extremist remarks about bombing Iran mean to structure criticism of the prevailing policy from the right. We aren't doing enough to fund the Zionist genocide. We aren't doing enough to allow Wallstat to loot the country. We aren't waging enough wars. Republicans are just extremist Democrats, and their opposition only protects the integrity of the fascist consensus. This is why, ironically, the Republican Party's far-right critics have come full circle with the Democrats. Ultimately, the whole thing has been structured to suppress the possibility of an actual left wing. This is the brilliance of the U.S. Cold War anti-communist strategy finally taken to its conclusion. Who needs to ban communism outright when even the minimum of left-wing politics is made discursively, structurally, and institutionally impossible? When all opposition to the system is consolidated in such a way that only reinforces it, American fascism is here, and its face finally is Kamala Harris. August 26th. Many people do not understand the true roots of the global struggle now being waged. Everything began in 1917, when all the citadels of capitalist imperialism were, for the first time, besieged by the awakened forces of civilization. The whole British Empire trembled as the revolution called upon the forsaken peoples of the world to stand up. The entire American imperialist and military machine was built up to destroy and reverse this revolution at all costs in every corner of the earth. But while preoccupied with destroying its legacy around the world, they couldn't foresee that it had already come to America itself. While its Ukrainian proxies tear down statues of Lenin, the mightiest tributes to Lenin are destined to be built here in America itself. Fate has come to pass, and American communism is here to fight the enemies of mankind in the belly of the beast itself. The global system that now terrorizes, devastates, and occupies the people of the world was first built in America, and it will die in America. August 27th, on the quote, Jewish question. The only civilization in world history that ever had a quote, Jewish question was the West. There was never a Jewish question in Islamic, Chinese, or other Eurasian civilizations. No obsession or fixation with Jews at all. Jews were the only religious group outside the church that were tolerated in medieval Europe. No Muslims were allowed to even breathe in Christian lands. Christian heretics like the Cathars were massacred outright in bloody genocide. All Christian churches outside Rome were viciously attacked and were never allowed to have a footing in Western Europe. And following the Reformation, Europe was plagued with some of the bloodiest and most gruesome wars of religion in world history, fought between Christians of different denominations. As much as JQers point out the history of Jewish expulsions, they neglect how odd it was that Jews were even tolerated as a religious minority in the first place, when almost no other religious group was. The answer to this question is obvious. Jews were kept around in Western Europe as a punching bag, to act as a scapegoat for the defects and shortcomings of what was indisputably a dysfunctional civilization. Look at any map of medieval Europe. You will see only a total disaster, a multitudinous patchwork of microstates, fiefdoms, and tiny kingdoms ever divided and in an ever constant state of war, unable to unite on the basis of anything higher than the most base and lowly interests. The supreme principle of the state in the West, outright individual, private, aristocratic, familial greed, avarice, covetousness, narrow parochial interest. There was no recognition of any higher principle or reality of state or civilization, only narrow self-interest. In other words, exactly what JQers accuse Jews of. Compare this to the grand, sublime land empires of Eurasia or even Mesoamerica, whose development tended in the direction of territorial expansion, unity, and historical greatness, where the individual interest was fully subordinated to the reality of a greater whole. It's not the Jews who are the mankind, it's the West itself. Jews were chosen to fill a metaphysical vacuum that Western European civilization failed to, out of its own hypocrisy and lopsidedness. All worldly problems could be blamed on Jews, and the ever stubborn legacy of the Old Testament, which Western Christianity failed to itself move beyond. Every pretense to otherworldly Christian transcendence, hypocritically and simultaneously, corresponded to the same vulgar and lowly materialism they blame on the Jews. Stop telling me that I need to wake up and open my eyes to the Jews. In Islamic lands, Jews, like Christians, coexisted peacefully with Muslims for millennia. It is the West that created colonialism, capitalism, and the context for the rise of demonic ideologies like Zionism. And Zionism itself, through encouraging Jews to emulate the Western nation-state, was invented to solve the Jewish question itself. There is no JQ. There is a WQ. The whole world struggles with the legacy of Western modernity, both its good and its evil. I refuse to join in the vicious retard cycle, joining hate mobs to obsess over Jews, 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 a fixation which betokens a retarded and degenerating civilization. Herzl, founder of Zionism, said, "The anti-Semites shall be our best allies." Both Zionists and Jew tweakers have a sick pathological mutual relationship going on. I refuse to partake in it. I will not participate in the West's own freakish and terminal mental illness. Clearly, a much deeper problem of the West itself is the illness. This illness is comprehended accurately only by the communist outlook, which is the culmination of all Western history, philosophy, culture, and struggle. It is the struggle against private property, also known as mammon, the idol of debt, and all racial and religious hatred, including JQ, is pure distraction from this true struggle. August 30th, on Christian revolutionaries. The first Christians were revolutionaries. The first sermon of Jesus Christ, PBUH, announced the restoration of the Jubilee year, which was an annual tradition in Judea that canceled all debt, forgotten after centuries of Greek and Roman occupation. The followers of Jesus rebelled against the elite Roman creditor landowning class, and when the message of Christ was universalized, it came to represent all the oppressed debtors of the Roman Empire seeking relief. This is why it was persecuted by Roman authorities with such extreme violence and brutality. The first Christians established communist societies. This is clearly written in Acts 4, verse 32. All the believers were one in heart and mind. No one claimed that any of their possessions was their own, but they shared everything they had. Acts 2, verse 44 to 45. Now all who believed were together and had all things in common and sold their possessions and goods and divided them among all as anyone had need. It was only later that the economic and overtly communist goals of the Christians were erased from the religion, replacing them with the purely spiritual. But this notion of the purely spiritual, divorced from actual reality, was drawn from the Stoics and other Greco-Roman forms of philosophical paganism. Read the passages of the Bible which denounce excessive fixation on the worldly, and you will find they are actually references to selfish individual gain and greed. The otherworldly can be easily interpreted, in contrast to the Stoic and pagan view, as in reference to the higher, more intangible and lofty realities of collective existence. Matthew 6:33, "But seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you." The kingdom of God is none other than communist society, where devotion to the higher realities of obligation to one's neighbors and one's community is what produces wealth, rather than individual envy or greed? Or do the modern Pharisees mean to imply that God promises the satisfaction of necessity will fall out of the sky? The meaning clearly implies a cooperative existence based on belief and mutual obligation. How do we know this? Because the same chapter opens with the command to the faithful to help the needy selflessly and without expectation of reward, and to forgive others' trespasses in order that they may be forgiven for oneself. And modern scholarship has found clear evidence trespass refers to debt. This is what establishes the context of verses 25 to 33, which make clear that one should not be anxious about worldly necessity, because so long as believers take care of each other selflessly, there is no need to worry about anything. What it means for God to take care of your problems is not that he will magically do so from thin air. He will do so through the actions of a community of believers. The Bible tells us that God is present wherever there is constituted a community of the faithful. Jesus PBUH was not talking about the ethereal realm of the Greco-Roman tradition, but a concrete and materially real community. Let us further devote our attention to the famous passage from Matthew 22, where Jesus commands the faithful to render unto Caesar. Many forget that the context was an attempt to trap Jesus, PUH, into saying something that would get him killed by the Roman authorities. It talks about Jesus rebuking the hypocrisy of the Pharisees, who asked him about paying tribute to Caesar. What was this hypocrisy? That they were using the very coins minted by the Roman state in the first place. The message can easily be interpreted as far more radical than refusal of tribute, as one of reacquiring sovereignty. It is known that one of the fundamental features of the ancient and modern state is monopoly on coinage, a monopoly which Judea had already given up. How has the message of Jesus PBUH become so distorted to serve the opposite purpose as its original meaning? Certainly, here's your content copied out exactly as requested. 9th of September. Why communism and not socialism? What's the difference? Within traditional Marxist-Leninist vocabulary, socialism and communism refer to different stages of a new mode of production. However, the usage of these terms as a form of political identification have always had different connotations historically. Oftentimes, right-wingers love to repeat the fairy tale that communism, promising utopia, was a completely benign term that everyone was naive about. It was associated with rainbows and sunshine, until it was put into practice and 999 trillion people were massacred and starved. According to this mythology, naive idealists did not realize how scary communism was until communists actually seized power. But the truth is that communism has always been a bad word. Tashash communism, the specter haunting Europe. During the early 19th century, communism was associated with riotous working-class revolutionaries throughout Europe. Masses of people, ordinary people on the street, believed there was something fundamentally wrong and rotten about the state of Europe. Meanwhile, socialism referred to enlightened reformers and experimental utopians who posed no threat to the ruling capitalist class order. In fact, many members of the ruling class, in a philanthropic way, were actually drawn to socialism. Both socialists and communists understood there was something wrong with the emerging capitalist society, but socialists treated this problem as something that could be solved without any real trouble. At this time, older, more traditional relations were breaking down. Peasants, forced off of their land, were being herded into cities to become proletarians. The old feudal order and everything upon which it rested fundamentally broke down. All its vestiges took the form of a sick and twisted hypocrisy, disguising the naked brutality of the new capitalist order, founded upon the degradation, humiliation, and rapacious exploitation of man by man. Vast swaths of people were crammed into slums and factories, treated worse than animals. Children were not spared. Women were driven into prostitution on a mass scale. Diseased, overcrowded, overworked, and depleted of any spiritual morale. Such was the fate of Western Europe's peasant majority. Enlightened socialists sought to provide relief from this brutality. But there was something a little bit twisted about this. They regarded the evils and ills of the system as mere quirks to be remedied. thus treating a fundamental existential loss of humanity as a mere utilitarian question, treating the very evils of capitalism under the utilitarian and crude logic of capitalism itself. Today, this is reminiscent of the way Silicon Valley provides solutions and hacks to the outrageous problems of capitalism. No food? Have some Soylent. No housing? Try pod sharing. The more metaphysical, Marx would say human questions of justice, existence, morality, dignity, honor, meaning were brushed under the rug by the socialists. There was something craven about the socialists. They were conciliatory to the established powers. They did not have the courage to speak the truth. During this period, communists were those who recognized something fundamentally rotten, false, hypocritical, and bankrupt about the emerging and restored after Metternich Europe. They rejected the hypocrisy of the reactionaries. They rejected the remedies of the socialists. They insisted upon a fundamental position of existential truth and authenticity. However inconvenient, scandalous, and terrifying it was to high society. In the words of Friedrich Engels in his preface to the Communist Manifesto, whatever portion of the working class had become convinced of the insufficiency of mere political revolutions and had proclaimed the necessity of total social change called itself communist. The French Revolution revealed the great extent of the Ancien Regime's corruption, but it did not recognize the root cause of society's growing division. There began to emerge a great elephant in the room. The people began to acquire the awareness they were being deprived of their economic rights on a mass scale, in a manner so open, so notorious, and so brazen that not even the most exploitative of feudal lords ever faced with the prospect of peasant rebellion could have conceived of doing against their serfs. Communists, from the beginning, represented an inconvenient truth that something was killed with the rise of capitalism, the common social substance of mankind, and yet it continued to haunt Europe as a fundamental and unavoidable question looming over it. And all the great powers of Europe were terrified of the mere whisper of this, because they too knew it on an unconscious level. People could no longer ignore the obvious truth. Something was lost that must be restored. And it could not be restored by returning to the past, for its loss was an indictment on the entire history of private property itself. Thus, there was a specter of communism. The ghosts of voiceless and forgotten martyrs of not only of capitalism, but all European history, which Michael Hudson documents as the domination of creditor classes. A ghost that reminded Europe of a fundamental irrationality and problem it couldn't escape from. Communists were not politicians, policymakers, philanthropists, problem solvers. They were those who insisted upon a fundamental and total metaphysical, as positivists would call it, truth. They were also not anarchists. They insisted upon a lost history, a lost future, and a lost civilization. By rejecting private property, they were rejecting the institution that disguised and obstructed a fundamental confrontation with a common historical situation and reality, one that in a sense already existed, but subject to continual erasure, forgetting, and being swept under the rug. All the wealth of society was increasingly and in a way unprecedented being produced in common, yet appropriated privately to a likewise unprecedented degree. Communists didn't propose a utopia. They insisted upon a sober, authentic, and brutally honest confrontation with the present reality of robbery, exploitation, injustice, and the destruction of humanity itself. Communists were not proposing a new system or alternative. They were, to the terror of Europe's crowned heads and capitalists, declaring the existence of an entirely different cosmology, a forgotten and repressed universal whole of existence. This cosmology was different, yet paradoxically so familiar, because its existence, weighing on the guilty conscience of all European society, was repressed. Everyone knew that the brutality and savagery of capitalism was contrary to the very place mankind, the highest of God's creation, had within universal existence. The inconvenient and unspeakable truth that humanity itself had fallen in a fundamental way, that all older conventions were obsolete, that the true history of Europe in its entirety was too much for the established powers of Europe to bear. Socialists may have proposed a completely new system, but they did not question the fundamental cosmology, the total horizon of symbolic meaning itself, within the established capitalist order. They did not recognize that from the perspective of universal existence itself, the prevailing order was condemned. They could only ever take a one-sided perspective based on philanthropy, problem solving, or even engineering. They did not reckon with the whole of history and human existence itself, what Engels described as the demand for total social change. The social democratic realpolitik. And after decades, Europe eventually did witness the rise of a powerful socialist or social democratic movement. The phrase communism was discarded for social democracy as a form of political realpolitik. Communism was treated as a later stage of consciousness for what was a growing yet persecuted movement. Because society was not ready, either legally or ideologically, for the total change implied by that word, it was regarded as more realistic to place less emphasis on it. The Social Democrats, because of their realpolitik, managed to create large and successful mass movements. But over time, they forgot their original mission. They became corrupted by the legalism, the convenience, and the institutionalization of the workers' cause. They ceased to be leaders of a totally new society. They, rather, became part of society. Communism, Lenin's revolutionary dynasty. It was Lenin who reintroduced the word communism back into the political history of mankind. Not because Lenin was an anarchist who rejected realpolitik, and not because he was an ideological fanatic. It was because, after reading Hegel in solitude, he had the courage to accept the decisive significance of the communist outlook in new and crucial situation. In the beginning, the communist goals were ambiguous and ill-defined. All they had was their authenticity, their willingness to accept the full and total implications of history, regardless of how terrifying the consequences. But Lenin, in his genius, succeeded in situating the whole development of social democracy up until the decisive point as communism itself in the form of political struggle. Lenin restored the greater cosmological and metaphysical significance of politics. Rather than a respectable branch of bourgeois society, politics was the staging ground, the battlefield, and the fundamental dimension of metaphysical struggle. By metaphysical, one refers to the positivist pejorative, for of course what is really meant is dialectical in the fullest sense. Politics was absolute struggle to the death. Politics for Lenin meant the same thing that it did for Gilgamesh or for Cyrus the Great. The whole of universal existence was imperiled in it. It is not a part of society. It is the total existence of a society at war with itself. It is the active form of society's most fundamental contradiction, the class struggle. The goal of communists was the revolutionary seizure of state power under a dictatorship of the proletariat. Communists were militants fighting a war. As Clausewitz said, war is an extension of politics and vice versa. War for the seizure of state power from the capitalist class, from the bloodsuckers and exploiters of humanity. Lenin set all world imperialism ablaze. No empire could survive the judgment of the stars. Lenin's flame was the seed of a new revolutionary dynasty, whose dominion would be greater and more exalted than all the obsolete powers of old Europe. The dynastic succession was not based on individual blood, but on the revolutionary essence of history itself. The dynasty of Marxism-Leninism and its five heads, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. Lenin restored the cosmological significance of communist struggle. The struggle for existence, meaning, humanity, etc., was now embedded in a nexus of global geopolitics that became the battleground for world history itself. Before and after Lenin's revolution, a new imperialist ruling class began to usurp all the formal and constitutional rights of the people. It was destroying their sovereignty. Imperialism and fascism violated the very social contract that the bourgeois class had disguised its dictatorship in the name of. They trampled on the liberties of their own people while violating the right of self-determination of other nations. They suffocated and destroyed all outlets for the people's sovereignty, and so on the basis of violating legitimate, historically constituted social contract of the people, they defined the terms of a new war. The war did not begin with communist idealists proposing a new system from scratch. It began with communists defending the integrity of the people's common history itself. Communism is not about forcing a new system on the people. It is about leading and educating the masses as they discover how the society, government, etc., familiar and legitimate to them, is collapsing according to contradictions the communists alone understand. Leninism is not a rejection of realism. It is realism, the highest insight into the contradictions driving world history itself. It differed from social democracy precisely in that it refused to shy away from the naked Clausewitzian realism of class struggle, which was a war. The Clausewitzian realism of the state, which is an instrument of violent dictatorship by the exploited class over the exploiters. Leninism was never a regress into infantilism and a rejection of professionalism or mature legal activity. Leninism is, in addition to being a revolutionary outlook, also a wisdom, not simply an active rejection of the entire social order, but a recognition that it is being broken down according to its own contradictions. Communism today. Now, in the 21st century, after the rise of many great communist states, what meaning does communism have? The new significance of communism is that it has become a fully integral historical outlook. The lost history and civilization it insists upon is real and tangible. The Soviet Union. The specter is real. The ghost of Soviet communism, Lenin's revolution. Communism today relitigates the so-called American-led New World Order at the fundamental level. It rejects the history written by the victors of the Cold War. It insists upon the fact that the world is running away from the truth, the forgotten truth of world communist struggle. Communists reject the entire American-led world order and its falsification of history. The Soviet Union did not need to collapse. The Berlin Wall did not need to fall. In fact, there was no irreversible collapse, only an intermittent period of confusion and disarray, a period that is now on the cusp of ending. The collapse was the consequence of contradictions in the world communist movement, the Sino-Soviet dispute, the Cultural Revolution, not the supremacy or superiority of the capitalist bloc. The enduring strength of victorious China, which now drives almost all world economic growth, is proof of this fact. To be a communist today is to insist upon the integrity not only of all world history, but of the history of communism in particular. For this contains the key to everything about the nature of the current global order. Communists are not democratic socialists who compromise with the tall tales and spooky stories about totalitarianism spun by the prostitutes of the American plutocracy. We defend Stalin, we defend Mao, we defend dictatorship, we defend Cheka, we defend Soviet justice, late 1930s. We defend tanks in Budapest and Prague, we defend cultural revolution, we defend authoritarian China. We are not socialists. We are communists. We are not mere socialists who neglect the dimension of war and all its ugly realities in class struggle. War is ugly. Such is its nature. The question is, what war is worth fighting for? Communists rebuke the liberal and conservative hypocrites who lament the brutality of communist terror. They happily facilitate and at best passively tolerate several wars of unprecedented scale and brutality, responsible for the murder of countless millions and the devastation of entire nations for the financial gain of the capitalist class. War will be fought either way. Which war are you fighting for? Communists are tankies. We are here to herald the collapse of the entire global system with tanks, not flowers. Communists see the rational integrity of all world history since and even before Lenin's revolution, in all its cunning, its brilliance. We see the rational necessity of everything that has happened up until this point. Our mission is to remind mankind that this struggle, this war, never ended. Only one side stopped fighting, not because of the invincibility of America's ruling class, but because they lost their morale, their spiritual conviction, their belief. Many declare communism to be dead. But when has that ever stopped communists? Recall the opening lines of the manifesto. This fateful struggle began with a ghost haunting Europe. Now this ghost haunts the world. The restoration of the communist cause on a planetary scale is inescapable and unavoidable. Resist it in vain. Continue to spin your fairy tales and mythologies in vain. Continue to lie and slander the heroic and sacred history. Your words will echo less into the future of world history than a dog barking at its own shit. You cannot stop the confrontation that is to come. You cannot stop history itself. October 3rd, on the American regime. Americans should welcome the defeat of their regime around the world. Why? Because this same regime occupying America is an enemy of the American people. It sells American lives to the highest bidder. It neglects and abandons them to catastrophes like Hurricane Helene, all while it forcibly squeezes out their tax dollars and enforces transnational monopolies on all the major infrastructure and resources. It violently and brutally enforces the debt slavery of the population. It oversees and manages the decline of people's livelihoods, effectively erasing their future. What does the US regime do for its citizens? It enforces the global system of debt, which appears to the uneducated as a system of unlimited credit. All prosperity in today's United States has no real, lasting, sustainable basis. Everything runs on borrowed time. Sensing the game is over, the US regime now seeks to start wars around the world to save itself from inevitable defeat. The defeat of the US regime is a new opportunity for the American people to form a republic by, for, and of the people. To that extent, Iran, the resistance, Russia, China, the DPRK, and many others who fight in self-defense against the regime's aggression are friends of the American people. October 7th, on Sayed Nasrallah's death. When I first learned about Sayed Nasrallah's death, I was driving deep inside the heart of rural Russia and slated to go to the Donbass in a matter of days. From my earliest memories as a young child, Sayed Nasrallah was known to me as the embodiment of righteousness, heroism, and nobility in a cynical and postmodern age. He represented everything good and just at a time when evil reigned supreme over the earth. He was known this way to hundreds of millions. This is why I didn't believe his passing at first. The death of Nasrallah felt like the death of the entire soul of the world and all humanity itself. I struggled deeply in thinking about what this meant, as hundreds of scenic miles passed my eyes from the window of the car. This country, Russia, has been attacked more times than can be counted. It has been under siege by the same wicked West that Nasrallah spent his entire life resisting for as long as it has existed. The Russian Revolution itself was the birthplace of global resistance against imperialism and colonialism, and yet, Russia survives. It absorbed all attacks on it, which wash away over it into the annals of all failed, vain, and arrogant attempts to attack mankind. It stands as living proof that the ruling global order is not invincible. It can not only be resisted, but defeated. No one country, region, or people can do it alone. Only a combined effort of all free and righteous peoples can smash the global imperialist hegemony. Just as the ruling order and capitalist class is global, so too must the forces of revolution and resistance. I began to realize that all of this was just the beginning. History will remember Sayed Nasrallah not as belonging to the last, but to a very early generation of freedom fighters. We are entering a new era of global struggle, which yearns for new ideas and a new sense of the world's soul. I myself can hope only to pick up where others have left off. And to me, the totality of that revolutionary history had before culminated in the communist idea, which for a brief period had been forgotten by the global forces of resistance. Sayed Nasrallah's martyrdom has only encouraged me to commit my life to making the world remember it. October 11th. As chairman of the American Communist Party, I am first of all a soldier. My commander is the cause of the international proletariat and God Almighty. Everything I do, every breath I take is for the party. I live and die for the party. To serve the party and fulfill its ultimate victory is the sole cause of my life and existence. I do not have the privilege of having motivations outside ensuring the victory and supremacy of the Communist Party. I know no greater joy than to crush the enemies of the party. As a Muslim, the Communist Party is for me, the army of Christ the Messiah, and it is a matter of religious duty that I serve in this army to defeat the forces of evil and wickedness among mankind. October 23rd. Marxism is a theory of war. The ruling class is at war with you. Even as you are passive, they continue to take your rights away, with the eventual goal of turning you into a slave. There is no limit to their sadistic and misanthropic appetite. They want you, your children, your communities, and your land. This has been the goal of the ruling classes since the time of ancient Greece, to turn human beings into property, enslaving them through debt, out of their vain arrogance and pride. The only thing that has ever humbled them is by making them submit to the combined strength of the toiling masses. Continue gibbering, licking their boots by spreading anti-communist fairy tales, dividing yourselves by race and religion. When you grow the balls to finally fight back, you know where to find us. October 27th, quick guide to why the return of communism on a planetary scale is inevitable. The liberal world order is collapsing. Communism has been the only lasting and successful alternative to liberal modernity in all history. Fascism, far from an alternative, was the hissy fit of liberalism in decline. It was quickly defeated and led to the conquest of half of Europe by communism. Even in states where communism collapsed, nothing has been able to fill the vacuum amidst decaying infrastructure, industries, and populations. Communist China now guides the future of all mankind. While a revolutionary state, the Islamic Republic has not yet purged pro-West reformist factions. Besides the Islamic resistance, all global forces of resistance are either still communist or communist adjacent. Nearly all the contradictions of modern liberalism are resolved by communism. We live in a new era, and therefore communism will take a new form. But communism has always taken on new forms amidst new historical challenges since the time of Marx. Those who cannot see the inevitable return of communism are short-sighted, Bitcoin scammers, and the ADHD afflicted who only react to immediate news and cannot think in the long term. Study Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. These thinkers form the foundation of the powers that guide humanity's future. Communism is coming back in a new form and in a big way. October 29th, Israel does not want a regional war. The U.S.-Israel dynamic, where the U.S. pretends that it is trying to hold Israel back, is really the geopolitical equivalent of "hold me back, bro." In reality, Israel doesn't want it either. It's just pretending that its restraint is the result of the U.S. Let me remind everyone an ancient law of warfare. It's all about risk. Victory goes to those who are willing to risk the most. Who is willing to risk the most possible destruction? Who is willing to risk the greatest possible loss of life? This hideous and ugly fact is a fundamental law of war since the beginning of time. The Soviet Union, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, assumed the mantle of global responsibility by backing down from nuclear confrontation. This set in motion the process of an ultimate Soviet defeat in the Cold War. Contrast this to Mao, who was ready to risk annihilating half of the world's population for the sake of China's national honor and for the victory of socialism worldwide. America knew Mao was crazy enough to do this. They knew it since he sent troops to Korea. This is why no one dared fuck with China. It's no coincidence that China remains and the Soviet Union is gone. Yes, I know the meaning of these words. War in politics is a terrible thing. But with all due respect, if you are not willing to risk everything, do not pretend you have the strength to defeat a given enemy. No, there is no way to exhaust the Zionist entity or wait for it to collapse. That won't happen in a million years. War is an extension of politics and vice versa. At some point, someone needs to take the initiative and strike with overwhelming force, risking everything. There are hundreds of millions of Arabs. Such a war would be terrible and lead to a major global crisis with a huge loss of life. So should the Arabs submit to slavery instead? Should they dishonor themselves by watching Israel kill their brothers with impunity? War is not about humanitarianism. It is about honor, about justice, about dignity versus slavery and humiliation. Where is the red line? Is a life worth living that involves watching Palestinian children being slaughtered with impunity? Can one call themselves human by allowing this to happen in the name of preventing a worse outcome? What is worse than a mother watching her children die? What is worse than children weeping over their dead parents' bodies? It is already the equivalent of 1 billion deaths. If the cause of liberating Palestine is not worth the trouble, then admit that is what you believe. Stop crying to the UN, who doesn't care and won't do anything. Stop crying to the West, who not only don't care but are the real culprits in the first place. Victory goes to those who can prove they have something to live and die for, to those who do not simply treasure life for its own sake, but are ready to risk everything in defense of a dignified and just life. I am well aware of the horrific and destructive consequences of a regional war. Such is the nature of real war. What did you think, that this conflict was a soap opera? It is a war. It will end with the destruction of the Zionist entity or the enslavement of the region to the Zionists and their Western backers. How can the hundreds of millions of Arabs allow this to happen? Rise. Arabs. You are an elephant and your regimes are mice. You are elephants afraid of mice. Why? Drastic, severe, and decisive action by Iran will inflame the hearts of the whole Arab peoples. The people of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the whole Arab world are ready to fight. They are waiting for someone who has the courage to give the call. This genocide cannot go on. The world is sick and tired of seeing these images. There must be a drastic and decisive outcome, once and for all. November 6th, there is no going back. Genuinely left-wing Americans must understand that there is no going back to normal, neoliberal politics in the USA. You are never going to restore the era of political correctness, respectability, libtard moralism, and neoliberal democracy. The more you attempt to articulate a radical politics based on restoring neoliberalism, the more you will deepen your spiral into insanity and absurdity. Attempting to restore neoliberal politics is reactionary. The leftist response to the Trump phenomena is reactionary. We are approaching a post-liberal era. That is not fascism, it is the norm of the majority of humanity already. Get used to it. The future of all politics, including left-wing politics, will be post-liberal. There is no going back. Stop trying to resist this fateful outcome. Take it as the basis and the foundation of a new beginning for all unorthodox and unconventional forms of politics. The reactionary form of anti-Trumpism is not left-wing, it's actually aligned with neo-Nazism globally, such as in Ukraine. Trump can be opposed and challenged on a left-wing basis, but this means giving MAGA credit where credit is due in terms of defeating the Democratic Party and neoliberalism. There is no going back. November 12th, on the Democratic Socialists of America. The Democratic Socialists of America are a Zionist and social fascist organization. For over a year, they watched Palestinian children get murdered in a genocide overseen by their party, the Democrats, and did nothing. Only because Trump was elected are they now being reactivated to act as a false opposition to the incoming administration. Notice they will never be opponents of the entire regime, which includes the entire deep state, only the presidential administration when it happens to be led by the bad orange man. Its leadership are openly Zionist. The Zionist roots of this organization go very deep into history. They denounced and reject Soviet totalitarianism. They supported Gorbachev. Not content with their support for the slaughter of Palestinians, they also support the Zelensky regime and earlier, the Maidan in Ukraine. They denounce Russia and, in practice, support its annihilation. They are socialists in the same sense as Hitler. The DSA was founded by CIA asset Michael Harrington. The entire organization is an unofficial organ of American intelligence agencies, but is not the end of the threat they pose to the working people of this country. They are being cultivated as a Maidan-style base for domestic color revolution, where they will act as domestic terrorists. Already they engage in open anti-communism and express a Nazi-like hatred toward working class and minority voters who elected Trump. It is only a matter of time before they openly join forces with neo-Nazis. The democratic socialists who endorse genocide, who seek integration with the imperialist state machine, who cultivate anti-communism and spread falsehoods against so-called authoritarian states, are really and truly the closest thing to National Socialists in America. They are social fascists in the truest sense of the word. Genuine anti-fascism begins with the destruction of DSA. For 3 to 4 months, myself and my comrades have attacked no one. Reacting to the success of the Communist Party, the DSA did not hesitate to slander, defame, and attack us. We see the writing on the wall. We remember the days after 2016 where the CIA promoted these social fascist rats to denounce, corner, and ostracize tankies. We are not going to allow this to happen again. Now we will bring out the tanks. We will go on the offensive now against the liberal traitors to Marxism. Kamala lost. Your time is done. Democratic socialism is dead. Now is the era of communism. It is time to dump the maggot-ridden coffin in the grave where it belongs and bury it. It is time that the DSA is finally wiped out as an organization. Our party reserves an inviolable right to self-defense. November 24th. On Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has hinted at forming a new party after having criticized the Democrats' out-of-touch woke rhetoric. He pledges to work with Trump to curb interest rates on credit card debt. Likewise, major progressive personalities have broken ranks with the Democrats on similar lines. My comrades and I are watching these developments very closely. Do we trust Bernie? Of course not. But it is clear these events confirm my earlier foresight about the emergence of a new and real left-wing politics in America. My comrades and I did not exist in 2016 or 2020, but we exist now. Back then, the DNC successfully destroyed the left wing by introducing the pathogen of identity politics and woke nonsense. Our army was born fully immunized to all of that. The DNC has not prepared for an enemy as terrible and ruthless as we are. We do not speak the moral language of liberalism. We do not speak any language of compassion, empathy, or equity. We are guided by the cold, impersonal iron truth of Marxism-Leninism. Our science is a science of war, not placating people's snowflake feelings, but war. And I make it a personal vow to give the DNC war, even if it means defending Bernie Sanders. If he is serious about breaking with the Democrats, something we all wanted him to do for nearly a decade, we will utilize every means to defend the old man from the DNC. For now, all of this remains hypothetical. We are not holding our breath for Bernie to grow the backbone he should have long ago. We American communists will never be loyal to Bernie Sanders or anyone, anything, except the American Communist Party. But as the most militant, disciplined, and organized left-wing force in America, we will not remain idle amidst the major developments and shifts in U.S. politics. We suffered for 4 years of constant attacks, constant smears, deplatforming, character assassination, persecution, psychological warfare, threats, targeted harassment, not only towards ourselves, but our families. Some of our comrades, like Jackson, escaped attempts on their very lives. And all of it, ultimately and in essence, boiled down to the fact that we fought to emancipate the left from the Democratic Party and its network of bankster-funded NGOs. The liberal left, lickspittles, careerists, eunuchs, and cowards lined up to rabidly defend their capitalist paymasters, their salaries, their institutionalized prestige by attacking us. They took turns virtue signaling to their bankster masters and fellow parasites to smear the so-called Nazbols, a word Western liberals use to describe orthodox communists. And we remain. Instead of being defeated, we have never been stronger, more committed, more devoted to our cause. What did not kill us only made us stronger. If Sanders is serious about rebuilding the American left, the DNC and its liberal left lackeys will not be dealing with Bernie bros. They will be dealing with a very different red beast. November 25th, on Javier Milei. The purpose of the GOP's Javier Milei agenda is to further plunder America's commonwealth, deliver it into the hands of transnational capitalists, and enslave American people and families with debt. The playbook is to produce growth by selling more of America off to banksters. In return, more credit gets pumped into the country. Mind you, this has nothing to do with any economic logic based in markets. Credit can be pumped anywhere the global banksters want it to. It effectively acts as a free voucher to tap into global supply chains and resources. In countries that do their bidding, they will pump credit. In countries that resist them, they will withhold it. The entire world economy today is based in planning, not markets. The fundamental infrastructure has nothing to do with markets. The decisiveness of markets is largely a matter of realizing cultural and aesthetic discretion, iPhone or Samsung. But who developed the fundamental smartphone technology to begin with? The government did. For as long as the global capitalists control global supply chains through the US Navy, global military bases, and puppet governments, they gatekeep the development of the entire world, including America itself. They choose who has access and who does not. Because they control the world's resources and industry by force, they riddle the American people with debt in the name of financial responsibility, as if the average American can be expected to become a cold miser. The people are persecuted and accursed with debt for the crime of wanting to live normal human lives, for the crime of choosing life over the dead idol of the dollar. We communists, American Bolsheviks, will fight the Javier Milei agenda at all costs, and we will fight at all costs to liberate the American people from debt slavery. November 27th. On the left, here's the painful truth. The left has unjustly taken the blame for the failure of neoliberalism since 2015, despite having been vindicated time and time again. It was the Clinton machine that pushed identity politics and woke mental illness. It was that same machine that gave us Kamala. All that crap started being associated with the left because leftists were too feeble, cowardly, and compassionate to tell these people to shut the fuck up. They were too afraid of being called racist, sexist, and so allowed liberals to bully them, a pathetic mistake. But this type of politics failed. They claimed Bernie Sanders' left-wing economic populism was a losing strategy. Yet, they were the ones who lost. Twice. And who gets the blame? The left. But the left was pushed out in 2016. The woke campaign staffers were never the left. Those were neoliberal rightists. Sure, they're all woke freaks. That doesn't make them left-wing. The left wing is about economic justice, not corporate HR department gibber. What the left should be blamed for is not having a backbone. That's the truth. Hippie losers on drugs somehow convinced leftists that being left is about being all-embracing and all-loving, weak and conciliatory. But that is how you become the bitch and scapegoat of politics. Fighting for the economic dignity of the American worker is worth going to war over. That is not love. That is war. The left, Bernie Sanders, should be blamed for refusing to stand on business, refusing to have self-respect. Such are the facts of U.S. politics. And now the left will be further battered, attacked, as the country is sacrificed on the altar of My Lai-style banksterism. Has the left gone too far with woke insanity? The left did not create woke insanity. The neoliberal right did, and it was a tactic to attack the integrity of the left's basic claim to fighting for justice by stretching it to ridiculous and knowingly absurd conclusions. The truth is, Hillary won in 2016. She didn't win the presidency, but her more important CIA, etc. goal of destroying the left succeeded. Now, the left is being reborn, fully immunized to neoliberal propaganda and opportunism, based not on hippie compassion, but struggle for revolutionary change, based on the objective demands of a new era, rather than the subjective feelings of snowflakes. November 28th, there is no left versus right culture war. You can be left-wing and have very traditional cultural views, and right-wing with very liberal cultural views. Real politics is a completely impersonal collective reality. Your individual disposition toward those around you is not a microcosm of the political. But there is a humanity versus capitalism culture war. On the side of humanity lies a combination of traditional values with the genuine achievements of modernity. On the side of capitalism lies the destruction of cultures, peoples, values, and norms, combining woke extremism, sexual exploitation, and hedonism with racial hatred, psychopathic sadism, falsely religious extremism, cannibalism, and enmity between sexes. November 29th, the Middle East Century of Humiliation. I am deeply troubled by the corrupt individuals in the Middle East who have hindered the resistance efforts. Palestine and Lebanon have fought in desperation, often with little external support. Meanwhile, certain factions have entered Syria, adding further complications when the resistance already faces the challenges of dealing with Israel. These groups, who claim to fight for Islam, have largely remained inactive as people in Gaza and Lebanon faced immense suffering. Now, they have taken up arms to stir additional conflict in Syria, exacerbating the situation. Many of these factions are driven by self-interest, corruption, and external support. Why is it that the primary forces standing up for Palestine are Hezbollah and the Houthis? They are often betrayed and undermined. Some seek to undermine Assad simply because they label him a dictator. Is Sisi not a dictator? Is Abdullah not a dictator? Why is Syria singled out? Syria is central to the resistance network, and it conveniently happens that many Western powers and Israel support groups opposing the Syrian state in their holy war. The Middle East has become a focal point of ridicule on the global stage. Many of its leaders lack honor, dignity, and courage, preferring to focus on personal enrichment rather than the welfare of their people. This is a result of a fragmented region where people see themselves as divided by tribes and sects. This is the Middle East's period of humiliation, and it will persist until a movement akin to Mao's or a form of Middle Eastern communism emerges. This is the reality. December 2nd. On the event that connects all conflicts. What event connects all of today's major global conflicts? Answer: WW1. The aftermath of WW1 saw to the destruction of the Austro-Hungarian, German, Ottoman, and Russian empires. Around that same time, the Qing Empire also collapsed. Thanks to the Bolsheviks, Russia was not balkanized. Thanks to the Chinese communists, China was also reunited. Were it not for communism, China and Russia would look like the same mess the Middle East does today. That is because they managed to unite on the basis of something beyond small nationalism and sectarianism. It is a consequence of the dissolution of the USSR that there's now a conflict in Ukraine. Communism and class struggle have proven to be the only thing that can unite people across ethnic, religious, and sectarian lines. If the people of the Middle East want to learn how to preserve a large, continuous territory with numerous ethnic and religious groups, they should study the Bolsheviks and study Mao. Russia's fate was to be carved up into small nation-states in the same way that all the other pre-war empires were. It is only thanks to the genius of the Bolsheviks that this was prevented. In Turkey, Ataturk succeeded in rescuing Anatolia from foreign occupation, but he could not provide a framework that could unite all the ethnicities of the empire, and that is why Turkey still fights with Kurds. The Arab nationalists likewise failed to solve the national problem. Islamic ideologists are incapable of overcoming religious sectarianism, despite the best efforts of the Muqawama. People fault the communists for their brutal and ruthless methods, but they rescued their civilizations from the sorry fate of today's Middle East, an endless cycle of tribal, sectarian, and ethnic conflict. In a short span of time, Bolsheviks and Chinese communists overwhelmed and crushed all the enemies of unity, ruthlessly and without mercy. In doing so, they preserved millennia of civilization. The purpose of Marxism in the modern world is, in addition to facilitating the victory of the proletarian class, to save great civilizations from the destruction caused by modern sectarianism and petty nationalism. December the 7th, on the fall of Assad. Many people speak of the fall of Syria, but the Syrian people cannot fall. They will remain. It was never about the Assad family, but the sovereignty of the Syrian state. Foreign occupiers have come and gone on that ancient land, but the Syrian people remain. The so-called rebels will never be able to hold that land. The NATO-backed sectarians will never be worthy of the breadth of the Syrian people. They will never hold the mandate of Syria. Even if Assad has failed to carry that mandate, the NATO-backed rebels will be even less successful in carrying it. The Syrian people are Sunnis, Shias, Alawites, Christians, Arabs, Kurds, Assyrians, and more. In the just cause of resistance and struggle, it is never justified to panic. Let us assume the worst outcome, that Damascus is captured by the al-Qaeda terrorists. Is this cause to despair? No. For as long as there is a Syrian people, they will resist the so-called rule of such people, just as the people of Gaza resist the so-called rule of the Zionist usurpers and pretenders. The just cause of resistance is immortal. It cannot be killed by killing individuals or even governments. It was not born from individuals or governments, but from the immortal soul of the people. December the 8th, the truth about Iran. Here's the truth. Iran is infiltrated by traitors, the same ones who killed Raisi. Iran's reformists are part of the wealthy oligarchical class that controls Iran's economy and has all their money tied up by sanctions. They want that money at all costs. They sold out everyone for it. These guys have been agents of the CIA in Iran since 1979. The Islamic Republic ideology is dead. It dismissed Marxist materialism and was completely blind to the reality of class forces. Class dynamics are the sole reason that traitors sold out the resistance to protect their wealth. Bashar was so hugely unpopular because his father's entire strategy was uniting the bourgeois and other elites, halting Jadid's popular land reforms, thus failing to acquire a reliable basis in the majority. The Axis has been so hesitant to engage in all-out war. Their bourgeois had too much to lose. Yemenis showed so much courage they had basically nothing to lose. Everyone should take note and learn the lessons of what happened. The proletarian dictatorship is the only reliable form of state power for confronting and resisting imperialism. The resistance led by the Islamic Republic has proven to be weak, pathetic, and ineffectual. Compare them to China during the Korean War, who risked the nuclear annihilation of the planet. Communists alone have successfully confronted and challenged imperialism historically in the long run. Marxism is not dead. There is no resistance without Marxism. The forces of regional revolution and resistance will have to be rebuilt from scratch. Now let's put aside the nonsense and religious sectarian gibber. Time to read Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao. December the 10th, on the shooting of Brian Thompson, the CEO of the American health insurance company United Healthcare and the shooter Luigi Mangione. Luigi Mangione's ideology is absolutely irrelevant. He was not motivated by an ideology, but the anger of having been victimized by the American healthcare system. That kind of anger is not conditioned by an ideology or a political outlook. Were his actions wise? Of course not. Yet that's what it took for untold millions of ordinary Americans suffering in silence individually as they are victimized and exploited by a brutal, cruel system to feel heard and seen in a collective way. Stop focusing on Luigi the individual. He has now become a collective object, just as the American healthcare system is an impersonal, objective cruelty. So he embodies the impersonal justice of objective, collective rage. The science of Marxism does not arise from the sterile halls of bourgeois academia and or the morality of humanitarian institutional civil society. It stems from the burning rage of the masses. Before judging the significance of Luigi's actions on the basis of his personal views, at least formulate something that can understand that rage better than his actions did. Romantic individual acts of revolutionary terror cannot articulate the consciousness of the masses as effectively, as reliably, or as solidly as a revolutionary organization can. But so far, all organizations are tailing far behind this act in terms of awakening the American people to class struggle. It has surpassed them all. We at the American Communist Party invite all class-conscious fighters to join us in our patient struggle. We do not promise any adventurism or immediate satisfaction. We are building slowly and patiently a fighting and militant organization for the American working class and for the American people as a whole, aggrieved, exploited, and persecuted by the system that has occupied us. Luigi's true power is not in his personality, but the collective consciousness it has awakened. And only a Communist Party can give that collective consciousness the organization and reality it needs to be elevated to the highest reigns of authority to bring true justice to the people. December 16th, on Turkey, after the overthrow of Assad in Syria, the Ottoman deception, painful truth for the Islamic world. Without a revolution, Ottomanism will never be anything more than a soft power deception by Turkey. Turkish TV shows like Ertugrul inspire profound wonder and inspiration in the Muslim, particularly Sunni masses across the Middle East and the world. Erdogan's rhetoric and diplomatic postures seem to confirm the idea in people's minds that there will be a new Ottoman awakening that unites the Islamic world to defeat Israel and the West. But take note of the following facts. Turkey is in NATO. It hosts military bases. Turkey does not have economic sovereignty. Its economy is controlled by Anglo-American finance. Turkey is rooted in the Kemalist, Turkish ethno-nationalist tradition. Turks do not want to be brothers with Arabs, do not see themselves as brothers with Arabs, and will not go farther than charity, moral posturing, and rhetoric. Materially speaking, the Turkish state at the present moment doesn't have what it takes to revive any Ottoman Empire. To do so, it would need to link up with the world's revolutionary tradition and revolutionary forces. It would have to learn from all of the forces that tried to and still fight Western hegemony. It would have to join the tradition of Lenin, Mao, Che Guevara, and Khomeini. It would have to fundamentally align itself with global counter-hegemonic forces. Fully, it would need a revolutionary moment. That will never happen in Turkey without civil war. That is how much leverage pro-Western forces have within Turkey. If the Axis of Resistance failed to liberate Palestine, then Turkey, a country in NATO, isn't going to go any farther without being twice as revolutionary as they were, twice as aggressive, and twice as willing to fight America and NATO. No one wants to be proven wrong more than I do. But stop kidding yourselves. Iran was far from perfect, but at least it was a revolutionary state, and it remains far more of one than Turkey is. December 22nd, a personal experience during the Ukraine-Russia war. On December 20th, I was staying near the Donetsk city center during a Ukrainian HIMARS attack. While Russia's air defense system intercepted 90% of the missiles, one landed near where I was staying. I was drinking coffee in a hotel restaurant by the window when this happened. I vividly remember the first sounds of the distant explosions in the air. These are a regular occurrence in Donetsk. They happen mid-air when the defense system intercepts the missiles, but with each successive explosion, the sound grew louder and louder. Finally, it got close enough to make the entire hotel quake. All of us there made haste to shelter. I had no idea what was happening. Here's the continuation of the text you requested. I was certain that I was done for. The explosions became so increasingly proximate that the next impacts would surely strike the hotel. I remember the intense rage I felt during these moments, the ugly, hideous sounds inching closer and closer. As I was experiencing them, these sounds and quakes carried all the evil, hate, and bitterness of my enemies, who in those moments appeared to draw closer to their aim. I could not fight anything. I couldn't retaliate. All I could do is wait. I felt the great, ugly, inhuman, and mechanized hatred in these explosions. I very quickly thought about the fact that this was reality for the people who lived in Donetsk. They are normal people who are living normal lives and routines, which nasty occurrences like these violently interrupt, which they've gotten accustomed to. Only what I experienced is not even 1% of what they have. I thought about the unspeakable terror of the people in Donetsk, Gaza, and Lebanon, being shelled so suddenly and knowing you might just die then and there in the middle of a cup of coffee. It turned out that some of the HIMARS missiles managed to make impact near the hotel and killed 6 civilians, wounding 30 plus. I could have been one of them by a slight twist of fate. You might think I'm making this post to raise awareness, to inspire people, to somehow put a stop to it all. That would obviously be the best thing. But I also do not type these words in vain. I know that there is simply no way to communicate this reality to Americans unless they themselves experience it. The truth is, we now live in a world that desperately demands a new understanding of the meaning of life itself, a new outlook that can stare in the face of this hideous evil and prevail, an end to the mindless, oblivious, and meaningless small life of consumption, and a life that is once again acquainted with the proximity of death, one that is ready and prepared for it. No one should have to experience the terror of what people in Donetsk or Palestine do. Ideally, everyone should be able to live carefree and oblivious lives. But that isn't the world we live in. What angered me the most is that the Donetsk situation is treated as a humanitarian crisis. It isn't. It is a war. War with enemies who mean others' maximal harm, motivated by evil, evil that all people must be spiritually equipped to recognize. It is foolish for me to take an attack like that personally, but that doesn't mean it is meaningless. There is real evil behind it. After Donbass and after Palestine, righteous liberal moralizing as well as postmodern consumerist outlook deserve to be annihilated. It is necessary to articulate and adopt on a mass scale a new outlook and philosophy of mankind that lives and dies for something. The perpetrators are not just those who launch the missiles, but the very outlook that forces the victims to die in vain, as if it was mere chance, a mere tragedy, a mere misfortune. Those who treat true victory as the passive life of the human animal, the Nietzschean last man who lives for nothing. All mankind must be humbled by this fear felt by people like those in Donbass. It should weigh in the back of everyone's minds, always, and that will give them the necessary perspective of being human and treating others as human. December the 27th on techno-feudalism. At the behest of the global creditor class, Silicon Valley is trying to create a new feudal caste system in America. The real fight was never between natives and foreigners. The fight is between neo-feudal caste slavery and free sovereign peoples. The elites want to import immigrants to build a caste system. The hideous and bestial ideology of racialism is a part of this. According to this ideology, high-skilled jobs select for high IQ. In reality, it's a pitiful excuse for not investing capital in your own people. That would require powerful state intervention and investment in the people, which oligarchs will never accept. They prefer Javier Milei. Under FDR, an entire generation of farmers and common folk like Henry Wallace, who today would be considered poor human capital, were given a shot at social mobility. They proved to be among America's most exceptional and talented leaders. Working people do not hate foreigners and despise the bestial anti-human ideology of tech elites. They hate being abandoned and left to rot as capitalists feign for foreign elite human capital, as well as desperate slaves, because they don't want our state to invest in its own people. They want people within their own countries to be able to freely build up their own nations. That is what will create true friendship and respect between nations. Yet the capitalist elites want to simultaneously destroy the sovereignty of other nations while importing a class of slaves, managers, and loyal Brahmins to consolidate their own power domestically. This is the true ugly face of the so-called American empire taking shape. It will leave behind the American people in pursuit of the destruction of Russia and China at all costs. The whole point of MAGA communism was that unless the interests of the working class are raised to supremacy within MAGA, the interests of the ruling elite will prevail, destroying it. Now the interests of Silicon Valley elites have overtaken the blue-collar workers who tipped the scale for Trump in 2016. Now we enter a new era of American politics, the post-MAGA era. Now is the time for the reconstruction of a strong, powerful, and real left wing to oppose the neo-feudal agenda of Davos to defend the American revolutionary tradition. The tech right pretend that rejecting woke is somehow heroic. But I remember the fact that Silicon Valley itself created woke. It didn't really exist a decade ago until they institutionalized it. It's almost like the entire point of it since the beginning was to shitcoat the left so that the Javier Milei agenda to turn Americans into serfs can finally pass unopposed. Conclusion. As we bring this collection to a close, I want to acknowledge the nature of what you've just read or heard through audio format. These are not polished treatises or formal declarations. They are the personal musings, reflections, and evolving thoughts of Comrade Hazal Din during the founding year of the American Communist Party, before and after his election to chairmanship. My role here has simply been to gather and organize these writings in a way that preserves their immediacy and context. These are social media posts, often raw and unfiltered insights, published as they were shared, capturing moments of clarity, frustration, and hope from the author. This collection isn't meant to be definitive or exhaustive. Instead, it's an invitation to engage with Hazal Din's ideas, to think critically about their relevance to our struggles, and to consider how they might inspire action. To the readers who've journeyed through these pages, thank you. It is your curiosity and commitment to Marxism that keep us alive and evolving. My hope is that this volume serves as a starting point, a spark for further thought, discussion, documentation, and advancement. In solidarity from the United Kingdom, Future Angles.